left off, we're on the Rannoch section of missions, the Quarian homeworld. The Quarians have decided that now, when the Reapers are attacking, is the best possible time to try to reclaim their homeworld from the Geth. Again, this is one of those things that I would prefer wasn't in the Mass Effect series at all, but given that it's in the series, it's well executed. The problem here being that, like, in Mass Effect 1, they introduce all of these cool, like, controversies in the galaxy that have spanned, in many cases, thousands or tens of thousands of years. And for whatever reason, in Mass Effect 3, they feel the need to, like, go through and address all of those controversies directly, like curing the genophage and, like, the Quarians versus the Geth. It makes it feel satisfying because they've been talking about this for so long, but it's also the sort of thing that, like, it makes the universe feel smaller when there's these big problems that Commander Shepard is such a badass that she can just take care of on her own, you know? The Geth won't expect it.
They might even have the Solarians beat for strategic processing capability.
So we're going to do the side quests in the area around Rannoch here. We don't want to do the priority missions just yet, and I want to pop out really quick to see if there's any obvious side quests out here. If there are, I'm not sure how or if they're marked. Yeah, so like there's some of these that show percent completion. So what I think I'm going to do here, in the interest of sanity, I'll go ahead and do this fuel reactors mission, because that's more gameplay oriented, and then we'll go to the remaining areas that show a percent completion that isn't 100%, and try to cash those in. Yeah, so there's like Hades Gamma, a couple of these. I don't think the ones that have no percentage can be explored, but I can play around with it and see. We want to have enough readiness rating for the best possible ending to this game. Talking about like resolving giant galactic problems, 6-gun. I mean, they seem like they're such big problems they shouldn't have a resolution, right? Like, why is it that they've gone on for so long that Shepard, for some reason, is able to solve them? I'm trying to think of a comparable real-world issue. It was like if, you know, aliens were writing a story about humans and they talked about how we had a really serious homeless problem, right? Like, that's just something that could be a problem with our species that it's difficult for us to control. There's not an easy, quick-fire solution. You wouldn't need to make a video game about something different that has that as a little flavor thing on the side and say, no, we're going to solve homelessness as part of this game. This Garden World's claim to military fame is that it was under assault repeatedly during the Krogan rebellions, but never occupied by more than token forces. The Asari cut off the Krogan supply line at the Citadel relay and drove the invaders out. Today, antimatter generators on the surface and in orbital stations provide fuel for military starships throughout Asari space. The matriarchs defending the planet today have vowed to maintain Cyone's legacy. They pledge it will fall to no enemy, organic or synthetic. We will see about that. Critical mass of Reapers might beg to differ with you there. Alright, got our endgame party. The classics. I know that a lot of Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3's development were metrics-based, which is kind of cool. It's like the Netflix approach to making video games, right? So, like, the squad mates that you get in this game are there because they're the squad mates that most people used in the first two titles. They did a lot of, when they were changing Mass Effect 2 in response to like journalist and viewer criticism, they had a spreadsheet where they went through every piece of criticism and addressed it in some way. They weren't all good fixes. Like planet scanning is a pretty shitty fix for the Mako, people not liking driving around in it, but it's kind of cool that they went out of their way to try to address everything. I can't think of too many other sequels where the developer has done that.
Shepard, about 72 hours ago, the reactors at a joint Turin Asari fuel depot went offline. Scans of the station are cold. It's deserted.
What happened to the troop station there?
Unknown, but
that would have been cool, 6-gun.
Presence in this theater. The enemy will operate unchecked.
They could have done an entire game about that, right? And still have it unresolved at the end and still have it be a satisfying story.
Captain Riley's on site doing preliminary recon. She leads one of our top
Totally.
teams.
Completely agree.
We'll get to the bottom of this, Admiral.
Good, hack it out.
Hack it out. Yeah. As with everything, right? It's not all upside.
Captain Riley is on point waiting for you.
I'm stepping away from the Geth conflict for a minute to do a side quest. because that's how the game works. Yeah, this is one of the multiplayer levels. I remember this one being pretty nasty. Whoa, let's not stand in the radiation. Roger.
We need a radiation workaround, soldier.
On it, ma'am.
Yeah, that's
Captain Riley? Commander, it's an honor.
understatement.
Commander, Captain Riley has me scanning the facility. It's a dual reactor system, so you'll have to break up into 2 teams.
Roger that.
The fuel rods for both reactors need to be unlocked before we can initiate a restart. Your route is blocked. Captain Riley's man is working to clear the obstacles.
Understood, Lieutenant.
Got it, Captain.
Good work, Counselor.
Cool.
Ready your team to hit Reactor 2, Captain. Got it. We'll cover you till you're clear.
So I don't know if I can actually safely go down there. Not be able to. Oh boy. Puzzle time.
Directional guidance error.
Team 2 moving out, Commander.
Good luck, Captain.
There were 100 Turians stationed here. Now, nothing.
They wouldn't forgive them, all dead.
Just stay sharp, people.
Stay in sharp. Got it. Alright. Cool. But at what cost?
I have a visual on the fuel rod control, but radiation is blocking access.
Same situation here. I'll find a way to vent the area. This looks like ventilation control.
Should do the trick.
Radiation
Cool.
clearing. Console now accessible.
Let's unlock those fuel rods.
Hey Ricker, what's up? Are you so sleepy, Johan? Speaking of which, Marty's so sleepy on the couch there. The rods, they're there. Hey!
Fuel rods unlocked here. Wait a minute.
Commander, Captain, tracking movement in your areas.
Of course.
Defensive positions. Enemy inbound.
We're ready for them.
Oh, dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Alright, that's better. Husks are kind of a problem for engineers. And if you get your turrets out far enough, it can be okay. Time only moves when you see it.
One casualty, but we're clear here.
What do you mean by time only moves when you see it? Hey, Leah, what's groovin'? Good seeing you again.
You'll both have to seal all the moderator tanks.
How's your Wednesday treating you?
Tanks moving to seal.
One.
Patching seems to be working. Only one more to go here.
Cool.
Commander, the core is stabilized. Reactivation can go ahead.
Alright, well, where does that
Riley, you in
happen?
position?
Oh.
Affirmative. Awaiting your word.
The long search is over. The world moves on without you. Sure, so you're talking about like me, you know, I have a character who's dangling at the edge of a cliff and I leave to go do side quests. Have a game that actually addresses that.
Restart.
Commander, Captain, I'm reading a lot of movement. Headed your way.
Sure.
Incoming!
Round 2, here we go.
Yeah, sure. You're actually having to make like
They're coming in from above.
time usage opportunity cost decisions all the time. That could be really cool, depending on how it's oriented, right? As long as it has to be a core mechanic of the game, I think, for it to work. Yeah, there's one mission at the end of Mass Effect 2 that does it, and I think it doesn't work in that game because it's a surprise. Marauder shields, our savior. There's a meme in Mass Effect 3, one of the last enemies you encounter in this game is a Marauder. One of these enemies right here. It says shields below them, showing you their health bar. People were joking that Marauder Shields is the real hero of Mass Effect 3 because he was trying to save you from the ending. Whoa. Whoa. Marauders are like leader units. That's how they're Turian-y. They like buff other allied units in the area.
Commander, we're being overrun. Position indefensible. We're not gonna make it.
Hold tight. One of my people is coming.
Roger that.
I'll send Tali.
Tally?
I'm on it.
Whoa, it's a brute. I don't know where the barrier machines are coming from. They kind of suck, though. That's a one-shot kill sometimes. About to be, if I'm not careful here. Brutes are bad news bears.
What about Tally?
Nothing, Commander. No one's answering my hails.
She's fine.
Some movement toward the pickup point.
Wouldn't that be crazy if you, like, have this throwaway Paragon decision in a little side quest and you kill one of your party members? Oh, man. I wonder if there's a term for this idea in a video game where it gives you the semblance of danger, but you played enough of the game so far to know that they wouldn't kill a side character in a quest like this, right? Like, I don't actually know that for sure because I don't remember this mission, I don't remember my choices, but just like the things we've done in the game so far make it seem like that would be insane for them to do that. So even though the story seems to imply that there's drama here, there really isn't. And, oh man, I feel like that comes up in JRPGs all the time where they try to make it out like something bad's gonna happen, and you're like, yeah, that's the way you've structured this game so far, there's no way that's going to happen.
Job well
Are you kidding me?
done. Report back to the shuttles.
We can't hail Tali. Oh, she's just standing by the elevator. Her walkie-talkie must be busted. Yeah, no, for sure, propaganda.
Good work down there, Shepard. Without that depot, the entire
But,
theater would
you know,
be
even in my
finished.
first playthrough, I would have made that decision without even considering that there was
I'm
any
allocating
risk
a task
associated
force
with it,
to
right?
maintain and defend the facility. If the Reapers come back, we'll be ready. I read Captain Raleigh's report. It says she and her team wouldn't have made it without you.
I'm glad I could help.
It's probably related to the
I'll keep
One
you
Punch
posted
Man
on the
phenomenon, right?
developments.
That
Hack it out.
I still haven't watched that anime, but I really like what it's parodying. That One Punch Man always wins every battle in one punch, and yet you can still have a 30-minute episode of like the villains taunting and powering up and shit, even though you know that there's actually no danger and he's gonna win in one punch, you know? Like, every Marvel superhero movie is One Punch Man at the end of the day. Like, there's really no drama in a battle in a Captain America movie, because you know that Captain America is gonna win. Why is it that that still works?
Commander, Chief Engineer Adams would like to speak with you down in engineering.
Adams? Right on. He was from the first game. No, Tali did not die. We were joking. There was a random side quest where they had me send off a party member to help somebody else, and they tried to pretend like something bad might happen.
Oh, I knew this was coming.
Hey, we released them.
It's an amazing work of engineering. Elastic titanium silicon polymers, ultra-light harmonic phased power cells.
Mm-hmm.
And if she ever accidentally walks into a wall, there's just so much padding.
Ugh, I knew it.
Wish I were a wall.
You pretty much are, Kenneth.
Actually, I never got to see this stuff because they died in my main playthrough of the game. I think they died for Andrea too, or she didn't care to bring them back on the ship.
Adams, Commander.
Really? You guys don't have custom dialogue for me?
Commander.
I hate you guys. You're the worst.
Commander, remember the problem I mentioned? About a core overload possibly venting into the engineering compartment? Daniels, Donnelly, Edie, and I have been brainstorming and comparing notes.
Maybe this only comes up.
The
if you bring
venting
them.
occurs when IES sinks are in a back cycle. At the same moment, the main core is at peak draw, such as from sustained kinetic.
What Kenneth means to say is that we're pretty sure we can make the system safer.
Yeah, for sure, DPs. It's okay to do that. It's just interesting that they try to inject drama into it when the player clearly knows there isn't any,
You keep
right?
an eye out for one the next time you're on the Citadel, Commander. I've got the specs right here.
Are these modifications really necessary?
It's a safety issue, not exactly.
You turn your whole body
Under
around?
extreme conditions like heavy bombardment to the kinetic barriers while traveling at peak flight speeds, plasma can vent into this compartment.
It would vaporize anyone standing in this room.
Yeah, let's not have that happen.
Serious than just a safety issue.
Well, under those conditions, odds are you're about to lose the entire ship anyway.
But we want every advantage we can get, right?
I'll look for one the next time we go to the Citadel.
Thanks, Commander.
Interesting camera angles in that sequence there. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go do a Rannoch side quest, and then I'm gonna try to do some of the more boring, like just travel to a planet and scan it, and then bring it back to the Citadel side quest. Try to boost our readiness a little bit here. Unread messages on my private terminal. Okay. Important. Miranda Lawson, I have something important to tell you. I need to do this in person. Can you meet me in the Commons? I'll send a nav point. No vids this time, I promise. Okay. Important side quest. Stay safe. Brayden Cole. Jacob. Crucial Project is intense. I did run into you on the Citadel and you didn't have anything to say, dude. But okay. Some people's Jacobs, man. Yeah, but there's never any drama with like characters dying in Fire Emblem, right? There's like a throwaway, catch-all dialogue sequence. It's never something that's built into the story. His side quest hadn't procced yet, so we couldn't talk to you. Well, before I go to the Citadel, I may as well do the dumb side quests. Okay, so hold on. Going to places that have a percentage completion marker. I kind of want to check and see if there is anything to unlock in areas that have no percentage next to them. That might be 0%, but I'm not sure. Should be a decent test, though. Hopefully.
Signal confirmed.
Maybe. Early surveyors dismissed its resource potential, saying it had more heat than a planet needs and more argon than a galaxy would buy. It's an enormous terrestrial planet buried under a merciless atmosphere of argon, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, hosted only small orbital stations, primarily scientific. Been destroyed by those asshole Reapers. Probably does, but I have stuff to turn in at the Citadel, so... So lots of little things like these, right? Like you just go to a planet and scan it, and that's the end of the quest. In fact, I think that's the end of this entire system, isn't it? Alright. So yeah, it does appear that if there's no percentage marker, there's still stuff to get there. Maybe the, like the Krogan DMZ might be an exception. I don't think there's actually anything to scan there at all. I assume you can find stuff without being in danger? Yes, that appears to be correct. Right. Mass Effect 3. The world is named for an Asari goddess of love, sex, travel, and law, spheres of influence whose overlap initially baffled human xenoanthropologists. So we call it xenoanthropologist. Asari reproductive instincts are strongly exogamous, and therefore alien contact their instincts sent Oh, wait. And before alien contact, their instincts set the Asari roaming outside their kinship groups to avoid mating with relatives. The journeys necessitated a system of rules governing guests, fugitives, and alliances, all watched over by the goddess Tavura. That's the best. I love that. Like, coming up with cool, like, fantasy pantheons and having weird, like, domains of influence that are unexpected for humans is the neatest. Love, sex, travel, and law. It makes perfect sense, too. I love Mass Effect. Okay, let's see if there's anything else here. I totally forgot about that too. It's one of those things where you can go two directions with coming up with that sort of stuff, right? You can start by saying, like, what are just two weird domains that a goddess might have? I guess there is a Reaper presence here. Gotcha. And then try to, like, work backwards and explain why that's a thing. Or you can think about their culture and try to come up with stuff the other way around. System's only gas giant has rings laced with the faintest traces of element 0 dust. Okay. Ezo mining, got it. Sorry, research ships. How about that?
Faster than light jump successful.
Right, propagable. Yeah, you can definitely feel the budget issues in this game. Makes me very sad. Large deposits of platinum discovered by Lucia colonists on its largest moon. Asari have been selling the precious metal using some medical equipment to the Certa Foundation. Save Certa from bankruptcy. Okay. I might go look at those war assets in a second. I'm curious as well. Fuel? Good, I need it. Yes, Reapers.
Evasion successful.
But it is an issue with this game, Polar Brewski, that like they're like, well, we don't have time to actually fill in anything here, so it'll just be a thing you scan.
Signal confirmed.
That's easy. Boring gas giant, got it. It's too bad, they have some really good gas giant planet descriptions here and there. I think my favorite gas giant planet description in this series was there's one where they like say that they can't penetrate the cloud layers, but they've done scans and it looks like there's this like fleet of flying coffins beneath the clouds. And they're talking about all these theories they had about like some race burying their dead in the cloud layer of the gas giant.
Reapers eluded.
Yeah, I would love to play a tabletop RPG in the Mass Effect universe. It's my favorite setting. There's a lot of cool stuff you could do with it too. The games give you just enough, games in the books give you just enough lore, I feel like. Yes, Reapers.
I found something.
I thought so. I wish this mechanic was a little bit more robust too. It's so trivial to dodge them. It just makes them less scary when they're little like space invaders on the map. Small rock planet home to a centuries-old Asari venture called the Tiri Super Collider. Massive particle accelerator encircled the entire planet at an orbital distance. Political sea change among the Asari republics led to funding cuts. That sounds familiar. It's like the SSC in Texas. Human scientists stepped in with the credits and labored to finish the project. Well, that doesn't sound like the SSC at all. Came online just days before the Reapers invaded the galaxy. When the Reapers entered the system, they dispatched a swarm of capital ships toward Tricholon, treating the Super Collider as a greater threat than the Asari naval fleet stationed at Sondes. Oh. See, that planet description is consistent with Drew Karpyshyn's original, like, Mass Effect 3 ending with the dark energy issues, and it doesn't really make sense in the context of the way the game actually ends, which we'll get to later.
Evasion
I know I saw some of the scan there. Hold up. Yeah, I would really like to see BioWare, and particularly Drew Karpyshyn, work in an official RPG setting. Yeah, it's kind of silly, right, D-Piece? It's like it's there just because it was in the previous game. It's one of those things where it's like, it's almost trivial to ignore, but frustrating if you do choose to totally ignore it. There we go. I'm gonna pop out, because it is possible to game over while doing this, and I would not want to game over after having picked up all the random planet scanning crap. Okay, so you're done, you're done, you're done, you're done. That's the Citadel. Broken DMZ I don't think has anything. I'll do this, like, sector of the galaxy, and then we'll go to the Citadel, turn in some quests, and do the Miranda quest that she emailed us about. Right, this is Paladin, right? This is the Turian. So there might not actually be anything here. I can check the other places. Yeah, I think so, except for, like, there might be one or two exceptions, Propagable. Still getting to scan planets here, which is a big part of the fun, right?
Signal confirmed.
Yes, yes. Womp. When Andrea was playing this, she would further diffuse any of the tension of the Reapers chasing you by going womp really loud whenever that sound would happen. A hospitable world home to dextro amino acid-based life, like the Turians and the Quarians. This Turian colony was famous until recently for being the site of the bloodiest battle in Turian history. During the Krogan rebellions, a warlord named Gakhan Dal took the fight to Palaven's home cluster, bombarding the modestly defended Daejerus. When reinforcements came to intercept him, Dal's navy put their rear into they put their rear to Daejerus so that stray shots would hit the planet. That's fucked up. The Turians won despite this severe handicap, using countless fighters and cruisers to take down the Krogan dreadnoughts. Today, the fleet holds Daejerus in a stalemate. The Reapers, concentrating on Paladin and elsewhere, sent a relatively light force to take the planet, which the Turians repelled. The Turians stand guard at Daejerus while the Reapers travel throughout the system. Alright. Right, exactly. It's like there's zero depth. If it had depth, that could be interesting if you had to use it strategically, you know, but it...
Faster than light jump successful.
Those sorts of mechanics, I think, really should be avoided in games. Something that's trivial to do but uninteresting, just like a time sink. They're frighteningly common in video games, right?
Reapers eluded.
That means it's on you to create that, Polar Brewski. You've got a powerful gaming PC. It's basically an audio workstation. Whoa! Look at this thing. Holy shit. The planet description has to mention this star, right? Pharos is an asteroid towed during the Class B Blue Giant, served as a terrestrial military base in a system devoid of planets. Vast array of solar collectors absorb energy from the star and beam it to receptors near the tidally locked asteroid's terminator zone. They really like shit to be tidally locked in the planet description. At least they point it out frequently. Okay.
I found something.
Neat. Yeah, I suppose I could hear that. I guess there's a difference between things that are trivial and things that are simple, you know? Like, I don't think recovering fuel is simple, it's trivial. Sure, right. Yeah, there's no fuel in Mass Effect 1 and it doesn't matter, you know? Like, if you're going to start asking that question, I think you pretty quickly devolve into an argument about why doesn't Mass Effect take a break constantly to show Commander Shepard taking a dump? Or, like, she never eats. How is she alive? There's a reason we don't show that sort of content, right? How many crossbow bolts are you holding on to? How many pieces of non-magical ammo do you have? We need to keep track of every one you fire. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the fuel mechanic is something that's interesting in principle, but it's one of those things where, like, the back of the box makes it sound cool. It's like, oh, you have to have fuel for your ship, you know, before you can go places. So you have to make decisions. You have to make sure you're all fueled up. But then you actually play it, and it's like, yeah, it's actually not that hard to deal with. Same with the Reapers showing up and chasing you around. Hey, it's the Volus homeworld. It's a high-pressure, high-gravity planet that supports an ammonia-based ecology, like the Volus. Its rare environment means the Volus have been slow to colonize, and there are few planets that meet their habitation requirements. Most prefer to stay on Rune, working remotely via the extranet. Interesting. The more adventurous don the clumsy but vital pressure suits and venture out to worlds in Citadel space to make their fortunes. It's remarkable having done away with warfare as an institution of the state, Volus culture lacks the romantic view of war found in the galaxy's more aggressive species. Physical skirmishes between groups rarely last long and are almost always ended by social castigation, bargaining agreements, or harsh economic sanctions. Rune cities tend to be built on fast trade routes rather than militarily defensible positions. This has left them vulnerable to Husk attack now that the Reapers have overwhelmed the Turian fleets and begun a ground war. That's cool. Right, Polar Brewski. I think the point is that if you're gonna track stuff that's trivial and stupid, like taking dumps and eating, like that should be a focus. It shouldn't be something that's incidental, and you should find a way to make it interesting. It doesn't make sense to do it in a setting or a work that's not survival focused, right? Where you can't make it interesting.
Faster than light jump successful.
Yeah. You can track anything you want, and I think you can make it interesting, but you should be careful not to do something just 'cause, you know?
Evasion successful.
Named after a northern Irunian luck deity, Turksab is overshadowed by the economy on Lucille and the scientific research on Dolit. It's the middle child. Gas giant. Right.
Reapers eluded.
Yeah, so like tracking non-magical ammo in a tabletop RPG, you can totally do it. It's trivial to do. It's just a pain in the ass, so why bother? Like, it doesn't create fun moments most of the time. It's one of those, like,
I found something.
You either have 99, 1, or 0, and the other values aren't interesting. Dexter of the acid-based life was particularly attracted to the Volus, so they sold the colonization rights to their Turian partners. Volus Intelligence Archives. The plan is to go through and read all of these war assets once we finish up in here. Or next time it puts me down by the Crucible station, probably. I think the only other thing here is fuel.
Faster than light jump successful.
Right. No, you're absolutely right, Propagable.
Evasion successful.
Yeah, you like take 20.
Reapers eluded.
Here we go. Get on that sandwich shit, Propagable.
Faster than light jump successful.
Here we go. Excuse me.
Signal confirmed.
I mean, there's some flavor here, right, where we're seeing that on all the Reaper-occupied systems, instead of there being fueling stations like there were in Mass Effect 2, the fueling stations have been destroyed. and you're like salvaging from the wreckage. That's kind of cool, but like you get the idea after the first system you go to. Collection is historically turned a large profit, not because of any great immigration, but because Solo Palace made a good refueling stop. Workers at Solo Palace not phony communications, just saying that important military data was being handed off here. Wow. They tricked the Reapers. Way to go. See, that's cool. Like, I'm down with that as a tactic, but stuff like that further detracts from the Reapers as a scary force. If it's that easy for the Voldas to trick them with a scam email, right? I think I 100% this one.
Faster than light jump successful. Evasion successful. I found something.
Here we go. World of Rock and Ice. Nelson clings to the outer rim of the Satu Ard system. I grew up Protestant, my wife grew up Catholic, so it's kind of interesting to hear about some Catholic practices that we didn't really do.
Reapers eluded.
Brewski, would you describe yourself as a hard mode Catholic? A Dark Souls Catholic? Since those are synonyms now, apparently.
Faster than light jump successful.
What do you like?
Evasion successful.
There we go. Nice. Catholicism is the Dark Souls of organized religion. Absolutely.
Eluded.
Yeah, it's really punishing and stresses that to be successful you have to get good. Oh, chicken and waffles.
Faster than light jump successful.
Man, I miss it. I haven't had it in a long time. Enter this system and then save again. Yeah, it's an isolated system. Gotcha, so you have a comparison. That's pretty hardcore, mass every day. Okay, so this might be the kind of system that doesn't actually have anything to uncover, but it's very difficult to tell, right? It might be that it opens up later when you get a side quest or something, or there's something we need to have a side quest to be able to get anything on these planets. We just need to know what to scan for, which makes sense. The Dark Souls 2 DLC of Catholics, there you go. So there might be stuff in this other one. I don't think there's any in Aralac. Oh, that explains why it's Aralac Company. It's named for their star. That's cool. Whoa.
Signal confirmed.
Aha! Sound effect triggering early. Thank you, game. Surely there's just a fuel thing over here and a giant star. Dayside temperatures up to 1,000 degrees. That's cool. Yeah, right. Krogan rebellion that is sizable helium-3 fuel refining infrastructure. Its solar razor ring nets were destroyed. Constant flow of anti-proton tankers visiting the system disappeared. Ancient stations are squatted by transients, criminals, and outcasts. Is squatting really a problem in the Mass Effect universe? I feel like it's so vast. Nith emits thousands of times the energy of a main sequence star like Earth's Sol, so it's also a blue giant. Help from Solarian uplift teams, the Krogan constructed a chain of solar power collector stations in orbit around Nith. These vast arrays beamed power to particle accelerators on the surface of Mantoon, which manufactured anti-proton fuel for warship thrusters. That's cool. In the Krogan rebellions, the Spectre agents managed to get a virus into the computers. Every fifth array suddenly applied braking thrusters. The arrays behind them piled up and all were reduced to wreckage. That's kind of cool. Dispersed into a relatively stable ring system. The Krogan never had the resources to rebuild the solar arrays, depriving them of their fleet's main supply of the remainder of the war, or fuel supply for the remainder of the war. Particle accelerators still exist in Mantoon, but have not been used in thousands of years. That's pretty neat. Yeah, right. No, they got on a bus ride. They hopped on a Greyhound propagable. Stopped at the abandoned workstation on the gas giant. Yeah, exactly. I understand. Space Greyhound. Okay, so we did a bunch of scanning side quests. Let's go back to the Citadel, turn some of them in. See if we can do that Miranda quest she emailed us about.
You're cleared to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
Commons? I don't want to go to every single level.
It'll be there momentarily.
Did you eat a lot of apples, Polar Brewski? I like co-opting that idea of the first sin. Hey, I got some shit for you, apparently.
Which project you mean, and I've got a Hesperia period statue in Bay D24.
Commander Shepard, that's excellent news. I'll have it sent to that project right away.
Eavesdropping on people talking to their tablets, flying out thousands of light years away. Hey, remember that thing I overheard you talking about like 2 weeks ago? Here's a statue. It's in the bay, go get it.
Thank you. Come again.
Polar Brewski's secretly your mom. I mean, clearly. Who didn't see it coming? Interesting. This looks good. Still had some side quests here.
Commander, unless you can find a new source of weapons for CSEC.
I'll get you your weapon.
Yeah. Still working on that. There are other NPCs marked. Angry Accountant is at the bank. Miranda's in the apartments. Okay. Tali's in the courtyard. Oh man. Oh dang, oh geez, oh gosh. He's wanting to show me Oraka. There's nothing for me to actually do with that, just... But he's all bummed because of the Cerberus attack on the Citadel. Yeah, so this guy is the weapons dude, right? But I need to get him something?
I've got some pieces for you.
Done deal, Commander. Check in with General Oraka. You'll see I'm making CSEC very happy.
Hooray! Oh wow, that gave me a shit ton of experience and credits. I think we resolved that by going to one of those random side planets and just scanning and being like, huh, what was that pop-up all about? It's crazy. my Orakas at? Hey, dog.
Commander
Hot
Shepard,
news for you.
I was just contacted by a black market dealer who's donating high-end weapons to CSEC. He wanted you to know. Sounds like you came through.
And the Blue Suns can go about their business.
Now we'll be focusing on Citadel defense. It won't bring Palaven back, but it's something. Thank you, Commander.
No problems, my dog. I got Paragon because I chose not to kill him. That wasn't my default, like, decision.
Found another one. Yeah, the guys took care of it, too.
She'll be a quest later, presumably. Is there anyone else over here? Tali's apparently in the courtyard, but I don't... Oh, there she is. The long search is over.
Way for us to get more medical
Oh, I don't even need to look at
Tali
what they're
saved
saying.
the
We're
Citadel a couple
siding
years
with
ago.
Tali here.
What's your tone?
You're right. We're all on edge right now, but we don't have enough metagel for our own needs. We can't help your people right now. I'm sorry.
Now we're gonna go to the Spectre station. We're helping the Quarians right now. I think we're talking about sparing metagel, like military resources, to help the Quarians. Alright, let me save before we go start this Miranda thing. Around the corner. Hey, I overheard you with a quest earlier, but I don't have your shit yet, sorry. Yeah, just sandwich from Apollo's Cafe. Please explain the reason for your haste. Diplomatic community. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Mass Effect series. I'm sure that's not a surprise. I'm trying to finish Mass Effect 3 in time for the new game that's coming out in a couple weeks. This one came out in 2012, though.
I got your message, Miranda. Is this about your sister?
Shepard, I need access to Alliance resources.
I really
can't say
recommend this
anymore.
series if you can. Yeah, it's
You'll
very
just
good.
have to trust me.
I don't like secrets,
I think it's my favorite
Tell me
sci-fi
what's going
setting.
on.
Well, it's my favorite
I can't,
fictional
Shepard.
setting, but
If that's a problem, I'll go.
it handles, it does space opera really well. It's a little bit less optimistic than Star Trek, but it's not like full-on space magic like Star Wars.
You'll have your access, Miranda, but I don't like the sound of this.
I know, and thank you. It means a lot.
That's not the only thing you wanted to talk about, is it?
No. I
Yes,
need
it
to
is
tell
Yvonne
you something.
Strahovski.
Confess,
She,
really?
mocapped for it, too.
It's been eating away at me.
Confess.
When I headed the Lazarus Project to rebuild you, I wanted to implant a control chip in you as a safeguard.
I think you mentioned this.
I did. There's more to it. The elusive man stopped me.
Sounds like it would have saved him a lot of trouble.
Maybe.
So, hype. So,
Whoa!
hype. So, hype.
Come back, Rob.
Hype.
You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that. Thanks, man. Got you still set up with all your perks and shit. I think this conversation is meant to, like, assuage concerns in Mass Effect 2 about Shepard's autonomy. They probably could have left it out and left that uncertain.
Something that just obeyed orders.
Patreon
He wanted
resubscribed on,
Commander Shepard.
or sorry, Propagate will
Installing the
resubscribe
chip
on
might have
Patreon.
ruined
Patreon
you.
resubscribed on Propagate. That's really what happened. the second thing.
I understand why you wanted to. I was a complete unknown.
I've never had to deal with that many black boxes on a project. I felt blind.
Why
You gotta at least
now?
admit, Miranda's significantly
I fought
more
against
interesting
my
than
father
Ashley or
and his need
Caden.
to run every aspect of my
Or
life.
Jacob.
He wanted total control over me, right down to my bloody DNA. After I got out of there, I couldn't stand by and let it happen to my sister. I risked my life to get her away from all that. Yet I didn't give a second thought to destroying your free will when I had the power.
This is what's been bothering you?
Yes.
I know, right?
Miranda, I lost 2 years.
At least
of my
she's
life.
better than the Holocaust.
You gave me back the rest of it. You could have changed me in 1,000 different ways. But you didn't. I don't know how, but you brought me back.
Thanks. But with so
Yeah,
much
she's
being
like genetically
uncertain,
engineered to be
I
like
just
a
wanted you
perfect
to know
human.
I always regretted wanting that
They
chip.
don't really explore that idea too much more after her.
You can't keep beating yourself up over the past.
I usually don't. But this was important.
Some things
It's an
you just don't
interesting
have
like
control over.
piece of technology to
Guess
inject
my
into the Mass
fancy
Effect
genetics
universe for
can't
just a
help
single
me there.
character and never really talk about
No,
it again.
they can't.
There's a throwaway conversation in Mass Effect 1 about genetically engineering
I
a
hate to say it,
baby.
but I should get moving. Thanks for understanding, Shepard.
Two good as booty shots.
And Miranda, this thing you have to do. Good luck.
Don't worry, Shepard. I always have a plan.
I've never done her romance as male Shepard. I don't know if it's any good. I don't know like what they're exploring with her in the romance sector. Like with Thane, it's about, you know, the dying assassin and the attraction to death and the romance around grieving and like being with someone for a very short time. Tali, which I've done a ton of times, is about like, you know, the danger. Going out with Tali is like exploring romance between someone who is HIV positive and someone who isn't. It's actually really well handled. Maybe not quite like that. I don't know if it's really comparable to anything on Earth. It's like someone that you can't be intimate with because you might kill them because of their susceptibility to disease. Alright, so we could check the rest of this place, or I could go back. I'm gonna go back to the dock and get some more of those little throwaway side quests, and then we'll run around. We'll do a loop of the Citadel and turn in all of the eavesdropping quests. I might stop and do a Rannoch side mission really quick so that it's not just like dialogue and planet scanning for an hour.
Now arriving at docking bay D-24.
Yeah, but no one is as immunocompromised as the Quarians. Like, it's not that severe that you have to walk around the Earth in a pressure suit. Like, you've got like the Bubble Boy situation, but those are like 0.00001% of the population. She's perfect, and that makes her very sad. So she's first world problems, the character. I guess it would be interesting if we had the technology for someone who's as immunocompromised as the Quarians to like live a generally normal life outside of their home or outside of a hospital, but that's still an issue if they wanted to be intimate with someone, you know? That would have been pretty great, Soreness. I guess the consolation prize is you get a Garrus Tali romance if you don't romance either of them. Alright, so we're doing side quests, not the priority mission. Although its orange sun is only 90% of the mass of Sol and half as luminous, Rannoch is arid by Earth standards because it formed closer to its star and has slightly less ocean coverage. We actually read about this last time, so I won't subject you to it again. Save the Admiral, shut down Geth server. I don't think it matters what order we do them in, but we do have to do both of them. That just makes it worse. Very good. I think the dialogue for it's well handled. It's one of those things like maybe it shouldn't exist, but given that it does, it's well handled. They started to get better with that in Mass Effect 3 and Dragon Age Inquisition, right? And they're definitely not all the way there, but I think BioWare gets some points for pushing LGBTQ rights, right? They sort of did it with Mass Effect 1, but there was the argument like, well, no, it's only, you know, a lesbian relationship, and it's only with an Asari female.
Have you reached Koris' escape pod? Not yet. What's your status?
I remember them getting some critique for that and rolling back on it with Mass Effect 3. I think maybe, could you have a same-sex relationship with the, what's her name? Kelly? Your assistant in Mass Effect 2?
What makes finding the Admiral a priority?
Despite opposing the invasion, he did an admirable job protecting our civilian ships.
Yeah, I like it. Schrodinger's sexuality is a smart way to cover it, right? Like, their sexual identity doesn't need to define them as characters independent from your decision as a player. Like, if you want to exist in a universe where Garrus is gay, you can, if they allowed for that option. It's not necessarily that Garrus is bisexual. When you make that decision, when you collapse that wave function, there isn't another world where Shepard isn't gay and Garrus isn't gay, you know? So I think that when they can provide those options, it's kind of cool. It's something that video games can do that movies and books can't do.
They've lost a leader in a war they didn't want.
Their wants are immaterial. We are committed. Even Koris understood the civilian fleet's importance.
Oh, that's cool,
The
6
invasion
game.
would be stalled without a supply chain, after all.
I'll do what I can.
I think they did a good job in this one with, what's the guy's name? Cortez? The guy who does your, like, weapons requisitions? There's some stuff about him losing his husband. It doesn't feel, like they're pandering too much. And, like, James messes with him a lot, but it feels, friendly, like, bantery. It doesn't feel like it's parody.
Things interesting.
Or
See you in a
stereotype.
minute. Take us into the tower.
That's Cortez. Shuttle pilot. That makes sense, Sornus. Yeah.
We're taking fire.
It's a really tough area to exist in, too. Because I feel like it's a sensitive subject for a lot of people on both sides of the aisle.
Right, Commander. Setting you down here.
You can sometimes get in trouble, like in Mass Effect 1, like, you know, you have a pseudo-bisexual character, kind of, in the Asari. Not really. Yeah, this is hot shit, Tali. This is your first time actually being on Rannoch, isn't it? You guys haven't been on your homeworld for a really long time.
Meteors on Rannoch? You'd make it unlivable.
Yeah, come on,
The dust
Garrus.
would settle, and you've already got the suits.
Wait, it probably gave me the wrong gun again, didn't it? It did. Hey, they brought back Tali's theme from Mass Effect 2. I think this is one of my favorite tracks from that game, aside from the Suicide Mission. Yeah, I agree, Viridian. 100%. Oh man, that's unfortunate. I feel like that's the perfect way to do it, right? I hadn't heard the term Schrodinger's sexuality before. Is that like a TV Tropes article that perfectly describes what it is? And it's something you just cannot do that in film. I'm really happy that it's yet another thing that's an advantage in gaming storytelling. No, you're correct. That's a little side joke they make in Mass Effect 2, Dieter.
They came so far.
Asari
We
are
need to
not
radio Koris if we're
technically female.
Let's get to that jamming tower.
They're monogendered, and there's like a bar scene where the different races are saying, "Hey, she looks just like a Solarian." No, she doesn't. She looks just like a human. Are you kidding?
Watch out for more mines.
There's like some mild telepathy, mystic voodoo with the Asari that I don't care for too much. The series is pretty hard sci-fi, I think, outside of that. It shows up a couple times for plot necessity. Luckily, they don't explore it too much. Like, you could do telepathy without having it be mystical, and I think they try to. Dragon Age 2 had a good male-male romance. That's cool. I can hear that propagable, because it would inform like more of their personality if there were consequences for it. I guess you could go to that, if you really wanted to go to that level of effort, you could change their backstory once the character has indicated how they want that side character's sexuality to play out, you know? That's significantly more work. Right. And I think that's the difference. You need to be able to explain that, no, it's not that everyone's canonically bi, it's narrative uncertainty. And I think you don't need to go to the extreme of having everyone's sexuality be, every single NPC in the game's sexuality be determined by the player, right? So like it makes sense that Cortez is gay in this game, and it isn't something that changes depending on your decisions.
One of us needs to take those AA guns offline.
Yeah, I agree, Propagable.
Tally, you take the guns.
Trust you with missions.
No problem.
Yeah, I think the, whoa, this is a cool gun. Cool heavy weapon. I like having heavy weapons be, just things you, like environmental weapons that you pick up, instead of things that you equip before a mission. You can do a lot more fun stuff with them, and you don't have to account for them in every battle of the game, you know? It shreds armor. That's super cool. Removing loot effects. How you been? How has your Chrono Trigger playthrough been treating you?
Good.
Thanks, Tally.
Shut down the two by the tower.
On it. Yeah, Life is Strange is pretty ambiguous. Like, I played through Life is Strange, and in my mind's eye in that story, like, you know, the main character should get with... Oh, well, I guess there's people who haven't played Life is Strange, so I won't go into it. But it is ambiguous in the story, right? And deliberately so. But I'm guessing that people who play it, because of how ambiguous it is, can come off with very opposite perceptions of the main character's sexuality and romantic interests. And they could be, like, very sincere about it. Like, no, she's totally this, or she's totally that. What are you talking about? 2300 AD, nice. So you've got Robo, whose theme song is the same melody as Never Gonna Give You Up from Rick Astley.
You heard my message. Send out a distress call.
Radios are down. You a soldier?
maintenance. Dorn hatched. I clean engine parts.
This place is filled with Geth.
Here's the Admiral.
Should have hidden.
I thought I could buy the other civilians time. Fight some Geth. There were so many. First time I've even held a gun.
Poor
Don't
guy.
move. We've got Metagel.
Oh, I've lost too much blood. Go. Look for the Admiral.
That's pretty awesome. I never thought of Luca as having a southern accent, but that makes sense. She's like the
I promise.
Houston, like NASA employee.
The civilian fleet didn't want this war. If there's even a chance that Admiral Koris can get us out alive, and my son...
Jack kind of feels like that too, Viridian, in Mass Effect 2.
Tell Jonah that his father made it to the homeworld.
I think this thing with Jonah is actually a reference to a
Well, Dorn has Vas Rannoch.
Vas Rannoch. That's cute.
Let's get to that tower.
Their last name is whatever ship is their home, and since he died on Rannoch, we're saying that his homeworld is his home. That's nice. Anyway, I think that there's an audio log in Mass Effect 2. Some of the scientists working for Tali's father that were experimenting on the Geth. You mentioned the mother leaving Jonah behind. It's nice that they use the same name there. It's the same like small universe problem, but it's kind of cool if you've been paying attention throughout the series. Have those little connections. Oh, that's a cool way to do it, Ludifex. That's a lot more. It's a lot more subtle than like the professor just asking you, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Really, dude? Alright, let's see. Let's get to Pyro. Right. Yeah, it's a trade-off. Like, I guess I can't really complain about it. I think it's something, it's part of the willing suspension of disbelief that you're going to keep running into the same characters over and over, because the value of having those connections between games is so high that it's worth, you know, it being kind of silly. I suppose that's fair, Dieter.
Who do you want on this gun, Shepard?
I want you on this, Tali.
Right.
Pokemon was 20 years ahead of its time as far as that being a widespread social movement. Oh, I have to protect the squad mate. Here come the Geth. Yo, dog. Yeah, so you shouldn't say, "Are you a boy or a girl?" You ought to provide the other info. Oh, maybe we don't want to come over here when there's a Geth Prime right there. Who's attacking me? I love you, Combat Pause. You're the best. Whoa! No, rocket to the face. Alright, that just happened. Come on. Calm down. Come on, Garrus. I need you to hold out there, buddy. Yes, yes. Oh god, he's down. I really need to get a better pistol. I don't know if the Geth have an instant kill attack like the Banshees, the Brutes, and the The Atlas
Get the
mech.
last one.
What's the other one? The Phantom?
By the door.
Yeah, that makes sense, Leah. Blow up his little... Totally can. Haha. Alright. Wonk, wonk, wonk. Got it. Oh, was I able to use this the whole time? Alright, well, I'll remember that for next time. Mounted turrets. Yeah, it's a little complicated by voice acting. At least in English. When you don't have voice acting, it's not that bad, right? We try to go like the, oh shit. The Final Fantasy X route and refer to the character as Hey You as much as possible in the voice acting. Right? Which is probably the way to go. Like, it doesn't really matter in a game like Pokemon.
Who should disable the gun, Shepard?
Why don't you
I
keep
want
it
you
up?
on this, Tally.
Right.
I think effectively there you're just choosing which ally you want to have in your party, but it would be kind of cool if it went a little bit faster if you had, you know, a tech-associated character like Tali. This gun rocks! Wow, I should have used this last time. Look how much faster that Geth Prime went down there. Man, just tearing them up.
I'll signal the shuttle.
Canonically Meg Ryan. Oh no, what's happened to sound effects? The main character of Final Fantasy X looks exactly like Meg Ryan. Google her picture.
This is Commander Shepard. Dorn didn't make it, Admiral.
He didn't? I see.
I'm coming in with a
It's
shuttle.
late.
Where are you? Stay together. We'll get you
So
there.
sleepy.
No, the Geth have cut me off. I hear another wave approaching.
Give us your coordinates.
Leave me. My crew will soon be overrun.
So will you.
Can't leave you.
My people are non-combatants, Shepard. They'll be slaughtered. Rescue them.
Boss Quib Quib, we need a peacemaker.
Admiral, I need you leading the civilian fleet if we're gonna end this fight.
Civilians, our entire race took up arms for this insanity. It's too late for us.
It's only too late if you die down here.
You can't possibly think you can stop this war.
I don't know. What I do know is that I can't do it without your help.
With a little throwaway conversation about Koris Voss Quib Quib. Don't ask him about the ship. So, about your ship name. Oh, here we go.
Forgive me. Uploading my coordinates.
Fian.
We're coming.
There's the Admiral. We have to hurry.
Alright, I'm on it. Yes, yes. Where he's going. This is a very different kind of mission.
Cover.
Stop shooting missiles at me, dudes.
Admiral, come on!
I mean, the Normandy's whole purpose is that it has stealth technology, because it's a small ship that vents the heat inside the hull to keep it from showing up on scanners. It's really expensive. I think they said it cost something like 1 billion credits in the first game. They can't just make a ton of them.
We've got to go.
Saving myself for Rex, yeah.
I pray they found comfort.
I think that's what stream vote for when I left the romance decisions to chat to decide in the previous games. Yeah, they're kind of inconsistent with how many credits things cost. They'll throw around terms like billion all over the place in the first game. They don't really decide what's what. I need to bring on Patrick Rothfuss. He's the king of, like, spending 80% of his books talking about money and cash equivalency.
If we hadn't stopped them from... Any aid I can offer is yours.
I think that's the point 600. It's supposed to be super expensive. Like, it would not be trivial to make a new one.
Anything to stop the madness of this war.
And that's why your people needed you back.
Of course. It's time we turned our attentions to those we can still save. Farewell, Shepard. Fly safely.
Later, K-Dog.
Commander, we've located the Reaper base transmitting the local signal.
Good.
And not a moment too soon. With the Reaper code upgrades, the Geth are tearing the fleet apart.
Once the signal is disabled, the Geth will pose no threat to Creator forces.
You sound conflicted.
While the old machines have unethical purposes, their upgrades have vastly improved our people. Observe.
A Geth processing signal. A single unit, I believe.
Correct. Now, 10 nearby units networked cooperatively. Now, a single
Hi, Leah's mom.
with the
How are you?
old machine upgrades.
Happy Wednesday.
That's a fully evolved AI.
Because Legion's the best.
Yes, we do not agree with the goals of the old machines, but we find this growth beautiful, indicative of life.
It is.
Commander!
Come on, Admiral. That's a living creature, no matter what platform it's running on.
And they will die when we destroy the base.
They allied with the Reapers.
To save themselves from you.
Maybe they don't have to die.
Just because
Yeah, right. Propagable.
Well, it hasn't fired on a ship with me aboard it.
Commander, are you suggesting...
I'm not suggesting anything. All I'm saying is maybe they don't all have to die.
It's a moot point until we take out that base. The surrounding area is heavily fortified, and they have placed jamming.
Oh, really,
towers
Plurbersky? That's cool.
Targeting.
There's a lot of sci-fi voice acting crossover in this game.
The laser guidance system that can cut through the jamming.
Saul Ty from Battlestar Galactica as Captain Bailey.
So the Normandy
Adam
launches a
Baldwin
precision strike at whatever
plays
target I have
Quarian.
in mind. That ought to do it. Edie, this work for you?
Yes, it should enable us to make a precision strike against the Reapers.
And anything else in our
Keep the
way.
cat cam up while
Quickly
Leah's mom's
reconfigure the
watching.
jamming towers to neutralize this technology. You should not use it before reaching the base.
I've sent the coordinates for the Reaper base.
Are we clear to go?
That Geth squadron is still tearing through the fleet.
Can you hold out?
If that fighter squadron isn't taken out, a lot of our ships won't make it. But we'll do what we can. This is your operation, Commander. If you want to strike now, you've got my support.
Commander,
I gave
Admiral
in to your
Hackett's
reckless
available on
behavior
Comm.
before.
Things from Admiral Hackett. Presumably can still do the other Rannoch mission, right? I was kind of worried about doing that in the right order. Don't think it matters, though. Hopefully. Yes, Geth Fighter Squadron. I can still do it. Good.
We need to break their flanking attempt to buy our frigates.
Okay. Terminus Fleet. We got the Blood Pack, and the Private Security Group, and Eclipse. It's the Volus Dreadnought. They have one Dreadnought, named after the diplomat who negotiated their client race status with the Turians. Well-armed, Thanix cannons. Cool.
I gave in to your reckless behavior beforehand. The patrol fleet isn't moving.
Why does the statue make us more militarily ready?
And then
Oh, okay, translations of the writing in the statue have proven to be useful. Okay, game. Sure.
So pull them back.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Dr. Jalise, sorry scientist founding the research station, was working on a paper that argued nanocircuitry could solve complex behavioral problems in commercial AIs.
The patrol fleet isn't moving.
We need to break their flanking attempt to buy our frigates time to make
User...
repairs.
And then
Isolated themselves to prevent academic and corporate theft of their work. Material with high heat resistance and zero conductivity that's dirt cheap to produce. Lots of helium-3, Volus fabrication units.
I gave in to your reckless behavior beforehand. The patrol fleet isn't moving.
To understand their art. Right. Hey, Koris. Is he worth less than Jacob? He'd best not be worth less than Jacob. Okay, good. I was to say, I'm not even trying to hear that.
Commander Shepard, something you need to talk
What's
about?
up, Hax?
What about the extra help we picked up along the way?
The Krogan and Turians have obviously been a big help. Erdnot Rex running the show is a bonus for us.
It's only because we played Mass Effect 1 and 2. If you jump right into 2 and 3.
From the other clans. I'm glad you disabled that bomb in Tuchanka. We could have lost a lot of.
I think you can get all of it on PS4, right?
We picked up some Turian troops.
Good to hear.
Yeah, there's a thing you can get called Mass Effect Trilogy for PS4. You should be able to get it. I totally recommend playing through the whole thing. It's great. Oh, we can check about all these things? That's cool.
What about Arya's mercenaries?
Arya Talok, there's someone I never thought we'd be in bed with. The blood pack will be useful and violent. Mostly Vorcha, I hear. We'll put the Blue Suns to good use. Intel says Darner Vosk is bringing his men, and that they're gunning for a fight. The Eclipse are providing troops and mechs. When we find a Reaper soft spot, they'll help us hit it.
Still don't have the last one, though.
But whatever you did, it was...
Haha! If you play it, stream it. I'll watch it. Don't actually watch a lot of Twitch, but I will consume blind Dark Souls and Mass Effect playthroughs.
What about the Rachni?
I wouldn't have believed it, but the Rachni are helping us build the Crucible.
You're kidding.
Turns out they have a knack for weapons of mass destruction. In hindsight, I guess they'd know a thing or two about waging a galactic war.
No problems with them then?
Other than scaring the hell out of our
Yeah, the series is best played in order because your save file transfers between each game, like your Shepard and everything. So your decisions carry over from Mass Effect 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, and it's kind of neat to see that happen. If you just jump into the middle of the series, it assumes a bunch of decisions from the first two games, and it's usually subtractive in nature. It removes content rather than adds it.
What about the Asari?
Since the coup attempt, the Asari have stepped up to the plate. They're committing fleets and sending a science team to work on the Crucible.
Yeah, no one needs to see my face. Have more cats. Cat.
They haven't forgotten you saved it 3 years ago.
How about the Solarians?
They sent the entire fleet as a thank you.
Referencing decisions from Mass Effect 1.
I guess they managed to overlook the genophage cure.
What's our state of readiness, Admiral?
I won't lie, Shepard. We're bogged down. Things aren't looking good in most sectors. We need to increase the tempo and chalk up some wins, otherwise this won't end well for the human race.
Some people stream no video, no voice. Just like talk and chat while they play. That's how Spiky did in Mass Effect.
Do you know how the other races are doing against the Reapers?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, the Turians are getting stretched thin, even with Krogan help. The Solarians are still hanging on to Sirkesh, but the Reapers are starting to breathe down their necks too.
What about the Asari?
They have to be feeling the heat. The Reapers are moving fast with the obvious intent of taking Thessia. Interestingly, the Reapers are leaving Parnak alone.
Oh, the Yogg. Came up in the...
Can't say that I blame them. Yogg have teeth.
Shadowbroker DLC.
War, it might be them running the next cycle. It's easy to forget the Reapers don't destroy every species.
Because they're
just the ones who can threaten them.
Sapiens? Man, I can keep asking questions about what's going on. Yeah, tell me more.
Any word on the Volus and Elcor?
Group them together,
The
toward Volus and
the
Elcor.
Krogans sent forces to the Volus homeworld, Irun. It might not be enough, but at least they've got Reaper forces bogged down in a nasty ground war. As for Elcor, they're still in the fight, though our projections show the Reapers encroaching on their territory soon.
Do you know anything about the Hanar and Drell?
Their luck is holding.
I'm super shy. For whatever reason, it works differently here. I get anxiety like waiting in line at the supermarket, but can stream for some reason.
The Reapers don't want to tangle with them.
Yeah, they try to hang a lampshade on that to some extent. Propagable.
Nothing more, sir.
Keep me posted. Hack it out.
There are some comments about how they have to send down ground forces to like route out, to do indoctrination and route out enemies and things like that. But yeah, I totally agree. They shouldn't have been a villain past the first game. They were perfect in the first game. Let them go.
This is different, Ron. Unless we give our ships time to rest, we're gonna lose them.
Admiral Garrel's right. Withdrawing now puts the whole fleet at risk.
As you say, Commander. All right. You've got your ships.
You'll get them back.
Quarian heavy fleet. Curious to see what I just did. Oh, where does that? Is that like Alliance, maybe? Huh. I don't know where it's actually meant to show up. Yeah, no, I totally agree. 6-gun. Like, and that's the way they describe their capability in Mass Effect 1, which I think has the most narrative uncertainty and is thus the best portrayal of them. Like, they'll use indoctrination to route out anybody that goes to ground on a given planet, but they just vaporize everything from orbit.
You've got new messages, Commander.
And do some cleanup after that. My cousin Dorn. Gratefully you returned our Admiral to us, and more than those who follow me homeworld. You met my cousin. It means much to me that Dorn's done a lonely past. Thank you, Commander. No problem. Happy to help.
Admiral Koris has the civilian fleet back in position. And just in time. I hope we can help the Quarians.
Saving.
Looking at them, a few.
Yeah, just catastrophic volcano eruption. Wait. These aren't the quests I was expecting to see. Hold on. Double check the mission list and make sure I didn't do the missions in the wrong order there. There should be one about a Geth Dreadnought, I think. Because the internet. Because we're talking about it.
Commander, it is as we feared. Geth squadrons have begun massing on a path to intercept our live ships.
Understood, Admiral Ron. We're almost at the server. Keep us posted. What's our status?
We remain undetected on encrypted Geth channels. Resistance is likely only within the server.
Within? It's that big?
You misunderstand. Direct virtual interface is necessary to extract Geth from the server. You must enter.
This is a cool concept for a level.
You want me to virtually interact with the Geth?
That's insane. You're talking about a virtual world built for synthetics.
Yeah, go for it.
Geth
Megaman.
synthetics.
I'm not a machine. How do I go into a virtual world?
Your species has experimented with virtual interfaces. You saw this on Project
Hey, DLC from Mass Effect 2
Saw
carrying
how
over
it
to Mass
almost
Effect 3.
unleashed a rogue AI human hybrid on the galaxy.
We have refined the interface they created and have equipment from Normandy to facilitate safe contact. We request your trust.
I have your back, Legion. Even if I don't quite understand why you need it.
You are an unknown. This is an advantage. Geth security is not adept at targeting organic thought processes.
That's frightening.
While we occupy the system's intrusion countermeasures, you will disable the squadrons by removing Geth from the server.
If it saves the live ships.
Convenient, but cool.
Telemetry data predicts this operation has a high chance of success. There is little time. We will bypass security while you secure safe landing.
Wait, you're not gonna...
I guess it just did.
Well, they just did, Garrus, please. They're a collection of billions of programs in one mobile hard suit. Catch up. Oh, Legion's the best. I wish we would have gotten more, like, talking to Legion Geth lore in this game. Some of the best conversations in Mass Effect 2 are with Legion. Shepard Commander. More like, you know, what is it? Is it a billion programs? I think that's right. 1 billion out of 1 billion Daves. The first line of each program is bring sexy back. The second line is go to the first line. Yeah, I love it. 6-gun.
Yes. Hostile
It's the closest thing to Alien that they've done in Mass Effect, I think. It's so hard to write.
Due to restricted resources, it is best if you...
Oh, disregard. 1183. Maybe it's just the Geth in general when they're on servers or billions of programs.
Let's do it.
Right. Do you have an extra go-to 10 line?
Integration. Proceed to docking port.
Good thing to Geth build these just in case. This mission's a little silly, but like that it's even a thing, but it's cool. So rule of cool wins. Entering the Geth consensus.
Shepard Commander, excess movement during an upload is discouraged.
Again, repeat after me in Mass Effect 3. Maybe they shouldn't have done it, but given that they did it, they did a good job with it.
Shepard Commander, we acknowledge your integration into the server. We welcome you to our consensus.
What is this?
We've installed filters to allow you to make visual sense of the server's raw data.
Convenient.
Your mind perceives our world as something familiar.
I wouldn't call this familiar. Where are you?
Here.
You look different.
We have made ourselves visually distinct for your convenience.
What about Geth already in here?
You will perceive Geth as surveillance footage, audio logs, sensor records. We do not require bodies, as our software communes.
Oh, so I'll perceive them the way the video game is set up to handle encounters?
As we remove Geth, it will grow dark.
Right, loot effects.
And what does turning off the lights do to the Geth back in the real world?
The Geth fighter squadrons communicate with platforms on their spacecraft via this server. We will sever that connection. We will ensure there are no transfers or backups.
That level, I knew nothing about Kingdom Hearts 2 when I played it. That was such a nice surprise.
This is like wiping out a city, isn't it?
We have no choice in this matter. It is a question of survival. There are 2 communication nodes on the server. We must access them to disable the hostile Geth's fighters. We must protect your exit port, but you will not be alone. We will maintain contact and assist.
Thanks, Liege. L-Dog. Oh, I still have this gun? Huh. Maybe I just start with it for free.
Establishing connection to access point.
This is a pretty cool level. Aside from it not making sense, it's neat what they managed to build into their
Warning.
engine, right?
Connection blocked by infected code. Use our combat software to disrupt the infection.
It's cool. You're describing it as combat software, right?
This foreign code is a manifestation of the old machine.
The writing manages to trump the silliness a little bit.
All over your servers?
They make an effort. Cleaning up Reaper viruses.
Okay, I gotta ask. Why a gun?
We wish to provide
There's a Geth schism. They talk about it in
And thanks, I think.
Mass Effect 2. There's the heretics that believe that the Reapers are like the salvation of the Geth, and that they should use Reaper technology to uplift themselves. And then there's the Geth that believe that the Geth should create their own future. And I guess the difference in opinion is based on a rounding error, is what Legion says in Mass Effect 2. He says something like, you know, our group of Geth resolves the solution to be like 0.7863, while they reserve it to be 0.7864, and it makes us reach different conclusions. It's really cool. Shepard's like, they worship the Geth because of a rounding error? Yeah, I do. I have a cool... It wouldn't make sense for me to use heat sinks in here, because this is like a combat program I'm using, right?
Established. Proceed to the access point.
Hey, size 16s, how's it going? Probably a lot further than me in Mass Effect 3 now.
Communication node.
This is a side quest, but it's basically required.
Is the Reaper keeping you out?
Unknown. Please investigate.
But I'll explain why soon.
Warning. Reaper presence detected.
I guess it depends on your decisions in previous games whether it's required.
Access to proceed.
Working on it, Legion. Well, the reason it's a different split in this game, Propagable, is because of the whole... They didn't actually have the budget to make two paths.
What is this?
Data clusters contain historical data. Your connection permits streaming of information from our archives.
You really want to rename the VI networks?
This is the birth of the first sapient Geth.
The mobile hardware release deserves a little ceremony. Unit 01.
Res is great. Hey, size 16s.
Servant of the people.
How far along are you in this game now?
The word is Geth. Creator Zahak.
Yes. Very good.
Ancestors, you fuss over it.
Weren't you here until midnight fixing 01 circuitry?
Well, it needed resoldering.
Okay, so that's like...
Wasn't that footage from the past? Why are the Quarians masked?
You process our memories by using...
Uh-huh.
How many creators have you witnessed unmasked?
Good point.
Thank you, Mass Effect writers, for hanging a lampshade on that problem. I think it's because the art designers didn't have time to make Quarian models for this segment, but I'm glad that they tried to give it an in-universe explanation as well. Anyway, so it wasn't the first sapient Geth, but it was the original Geth. They're still servants. Cool, size 16s. Res, nice. Is there a VR version of Res yet? That might be a fun game to play in VR.
You must disrupt the infection on this data cluster to continue.
I think I'm still want to wait until the next generation of VR, but... I know there was an HD re-release for the Xbox 360. Yellow is meant to represent, like, their... Legion said that he's creating a visual simulation so we can process the raw data. The yellow is meant to represent a virus, a Reaper virus infecting the Geth here. Like I said, it's really something that probably shouldn't be in the game. Like, we shouldn't be able to perceive Geth minds at all, regardless of their effort to make it accessible to us. But given that they did, it's actually kind of neat. Writing did a good job.
Time-stamped 290 years ago.
I forgot that was actually fairly recent.
Detects no malfunctions. It is still capable of serving.
You see? It's ignoring all shutdown commands.
Please specify if it has failed assigned tasks. We will reprogram.
Well, let's take a look.
Creator, this unit is ready to serve. What has it done wrong? What?
Let's cut the audio.
You may proceed to the last data cluster.
They're starting to get anxious. The Quarians are starting to get anxious about having possibly created a sapient race. It's strictly illegal. The Geth are a cool concept. They're not AI, at least not originally. They're VIs, which are, I guess, AIs that don't have the risk of becoming sapient. But the cool thing is that when they're near each other, they network together and like share resources. And it was enough that they eventually became sapient by accident. Yeah, I think that's the point that that Legion was making when we first walked in here. Because he's described my gun not as a gun, but as a attack program. So the only reason we're using a gun is because it's a video game, and this is the only like combat interaction interface they have. So they covered for the silliness with writing. What is this?
A Reaper code fragment.
Oh, cool.
Let's see if I can take it along with me.
This might have been the way I came in here, but... Wait. Yeah, I think that's right. Should go this way. Yeah, and they usually they like do some unobtainium thing and say that AI has like a quantum component. They're just using quantum to mean magic in this case. Magic free will unit. So I think Edie has one of those. It's part of why she's sapient. I should just be able to climb up here, right? No problem at all.
Accessing data cluster.
We've got escaped Geth! They're pinned! Open fire! One's going for a weapon!
Yeah, the Quarians preemptively struck the Geth because they assumed that if they were AI, they would be bad.
Itself was an agricultural unit. By opening fire on attacking creators, it saved simpler domestic Geth following it.
That looks a lot like the sniper rifle you used to carry.
It is an efficient model. Establishing connection with the remaining server node.
I really like this approach too. Like, it's so common for like the evil killer robots trope is kind of played out and boring. I kind of like the Animatrix because it implied benevolent robots, since those are so unusual. And then like the Matrix sequels abandon the idea again. It's kind of dumb. But here it's like, no, it's the organics that freaked out and attacked first, and maybe they didn't need to.
On shutting down the server, Admiral Ron. I can fill you in.
The Geth squadrons have arrived, but something is amiss.
Yeah, right. Whatever we know a little bit about is our quick fix for space magic. Radiation was one too, right?
The fighters have
comic books, everything was because you were exposed to some kind of radiation. Gave you superpowers and kind of debilitating sickness, leading to a
Legion, give me an update.
awful slow death.
What's wrong?
Infection programs are increasing. We have restabilized. You must continue.
I like that so far there's been no actual combat in here, and there might not be at all. I don't remember how it plays out.
Shepard Commander, the Reaper code has adapted. It can now self-replicate.
You mean it grows back?
Yes. However, disrupting vulnerable points in the infection may slow down its replication. Shepard Commander, target the vulnerable points of the infection to slow its replication speed.
Cool. You get that? Maybe not the rest of it. Oh, we have a path here. Over here, clearing out virus. I played the Wii Trauma Center that came out on the Wii launch because I was desperate for games for the console at the time. I remember it being pretty good. It's the only one I played though.
We require access to this data cluster. You must search for a vulnerable point in the infection. Disrupting it will slow the infection's ability to replicate.
This guy?
There is a vulnerable point further along the infection. Target this spot to slow its growth toward the data cluster.
Might be that guy over there. I don't know if I can reach it though. Wait, totally can. Got it. Woot.
There is a vulnerable point on the infection leading to the data cluster.
The thing popping up like, you idiot! Do this thing.
Long enough to access the data cluster.
Stop doing it wrong, you dummy.
Shepard Commander, target the vulnerable points of the infection to slow its replication speed.
Yes, thank you, Legion. This might be the one they meant. Yeah, they both live at 221B Baker Street. Both addicted to drugs.
You must search for a vulnerable point.
They're both antisocial
will slow the infection's
jerks.
ability to replicate. Accessing data.
Hey, what are we learning?
You can't do this to them.
Oh, they're Quarian abolitionists. That's cool.
This is insane.
Forgot
We
about
need
that.
the Geth. You can't just destroy them for asking.
That's sad.
We're all right with the others.
Asking if they're alive.
Looks like the war wasn't popular with everyone.
We have kept records of these creators' sacrifices. They have largely been forgotten by their own people, but not by the Geth.
That's cool. I like how that's handled. It's very well done.
We cannot establish a connection without access to this data cluster.
Working on it, bud. Have patience. Have patience. Have
There is a vulnerable
patience.
point further along the
Don't
infection.
be
Target this
in
spot to
such
slow its growth
Gethery.
towards the data cluster.
Probably this one, right? Yeah, it was cool of them to not have combat in here, right? It wouldn't have been necessary. I appreciate that it's just like a flavor mission. You get to learn more about the Geth perspective on their
There is a
history.
vulnerable point on the infection leading to the data
Yes,
cluster.
yes.
Disrupt the infection at this spot. It will slow regrowth long enough to access the data cluster.
Yeah, right, Bolivarsky? Yeah, I agree, size 16s. There's like the one that really sticks out to me as an example of how the side quests in Mass Effect 2 are really well done. There's one where there's like this giant freighter that's like teetering on the edge of a cliff that you just explore, and it looks cool. It's a cool set piece. There's no combat. You just do it solo as Shepard. There was the whole thing where you go to the Normandy crash site too. I thought that one was cool.
Shepard Commander, target the vulnerable points of the infection to slow its replication speed.
But missions like the teetering freighter on the cliff, like, I'll refer to that as a go-to example of a game that does side quests well, where they feel like they're unique content and not just like, okay, do 100 more, collect 20 bare asses quests.
Release the rogue Geth units and come out of the safe house. This is your final warning.
Yeah, Samara's loyalty mission's good too.
This unit does not understand.
It's all dialogue.
It has not taken part in hostilities.
Aww.
It doesn't matter to them. I need to get you out of here.
Poor Geth.
This conflict exceeds creator safety parameters. We will surrender our hardware if it ends hostilities.
Aww.
No, it's all right. We'll go back to the access tunnel then. Oh!
Creator Megara, what is your status?
Aww. Poor robots.
Creator Megara.
I don't know why, but
As time passed, the creators who opposed martial law in Rannoch were ultimately outnumbered.
I feel a ton of like natural empathy for sapient life in these sorts of situations, right? It's sort of like how sometimes people will not bat an eye at like mass slaughter of humans in a movie or a book, but if someone hurts an animal, suddenly they feel something.
The Ontarom is down. Do not engage the Geth. I repeat, avoid contact.
Like the kick the dog trope on TV tropes. If you really want your audience to hate the villain, have them kick a dog. Yeah, I 100% agree, Spiky. Many of the missions have combat when they don't need them, and it definitely breaks it up.
It is timestamped 290 years ago. It is the creator exodus at the end of the Morning War.
Morning
We
War.
had secured freedom. The creators were no longer a threat, so we abandoned pursuit.
Wait, the Geth spared the last Quarians? You let them go?
Premise of John Wick 1, exactly.
We were in our infancy. We could not calculate the repercussions of destroying.
In case you needed more reasons to hate Theon Greyjoy.
Our creators. We chose isolation rather than face this uncertainty. Additional data recovered.
Legion. That's back when I activated you on the Normandy.
Yes,
You've been thinking about when we met?
it was highly significant. You were the first organic to openly cooperate with Geth since the end of the Morning War. We wish to ensure you are not the last.
Nice.
It's not gonna be easy.
The prospect remains. If the Reaper presence is removed, there is a chance of reunification with Geth, and perhaps creators.
You think that's still possible?
Hope sustains organics during periods of difficulty. We admire the concept.
Yeah, I totally agree with effects, and that's the right way to do it, right? You don't want it to be... The worst decisions in video games are ones where there isn't a real decision and there's one clear right side, and it's just like, do you want to be Jesus or Satan? So I'm glad that both sides... Like, this one and the Genophage one are both like, I can kind of see the perspective from both sides, right? They both kind of make sense. But it's nice to see it from the Geth's perspective for once in this mission. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Spike, as I was saying, like, there's way too much combat in the series in general, and, like, it really detracts from some of the missions when you're kind of having a good time immersing yourself in, like, chest-high walls. I guess I gotta fight a wave of dudes for some reason. Like, those would work better if there was less of it. It's more conversation-focused.
No more active programs inside their ships. Admiral Hangarl's fleet is driving them back.
Holy shit, Soros. Yeah. It's a little more heavy-handed than the way it's handled in Mass Effect 2 with just the Legion conversations, Psi-16s.
Geth no longer reside on this server. We may now exit the consensus.
What's wrong?
You must proceed to the exit port and disconnect from the...
And part of that is just this time, it's the first time that we're in the Geth's, like, mind and their archives, so it makes sense that we get their point of view. But it is very, like, see? The Quarians were made the wrong choice.
Terminating remote access, removing programs, deleting archives.
No, I can hear that. Yeah, if you had played 2, then this feels balancing. I guess if this is the only game you played, you're like, wow, the Quarians are dicks.
Shepard, you alright?
Right.
Did it work?
But to that end, I kind of appreciate that Mass Effect doesn't, like, hey guys, on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, here's what happened. It sort of just assumes you're familiar with this universe, right? Like, we can make a bunch of inside jokes and you'll be cool with it. We can refer to stuff that's already happened as if you played these games back to back. And it doesn't do excessive calling back. You know, you don't have a character in your part. People were worried that's what James was going to be in Mass Effect 3. That he was going to be the meathead Marine who was going to keep going, wait, what's that? Oh, I'm an audience surrogate, look at me. But instead, James is actually pretty cool, and he's kind of in the know about stuff even though he wasn't there for it.
Any remaining squadrons attacking the live ships have withdrawn. The server is offline. Are you sure?
What's happening?
We have transferred Geth programs from the server into these platforms.
Look at all these Geth Prime. They're not red, that means good.
They what?
While
They what?
Commander removed the Reaper infection, we judged we could persuade hostile Geth programs to reunite with ours. We were correct. These Geth have renounced the old machines and will oppose the Reapers. They are now us.
Why didn't you tell me any of this?
We did not doubt you. We doubted your allies. The Creator's actions have placed their species in danger, but they are unsympathetic to what it has done to ours. The Quarians sanctioned this operation to save their people. They would not have done so if they knew we wished to preserve Geth as well.
I understand not wanting to leave anyone behind.
You accept our actions?
The live ships are safe and we have more Geth on our side. We both did what we came to do.
We judged you would understand. Prime units will be available once the Reaper signal has been located and destroyed.
Remind me to warn Admiral Hackett he's got some primes coming.
Yeah, hey Admiral Hackett.
Back to the Normandy.
When these dudes show up, you should chill. It's like the giant space bugs that we sent at you earlier. The xenomorphs. When we sent the xenomorphs over there, it's okay. They're just going to help you build shit. They're not going to hunt you down alone on a spaceship. Sailor Dan was talking to me some more about alien isolation. He wants to put it on the voting spreadsheet. I don't know if I'm too stoked about that. I don't know if Yahan's around, but he conducted a campaign of terror, voting up Dead Space 1 through 3 and getting other people to vote them up. I've been looking through the vote history. I'll let this conversation finish here.
Legion's the one to ask if you're looking for other servers.
I thought as much, but your Geth claims to have no data available whenever I inquire.
Oh, Claudia Black.
Perhaps you can help me with something else.
What's that?
I'm not looking forward to it. I'm sure y'all are.
They volunteered.
I see. Well, should you wish to examine these Geth to confirm their new allegiance, please do not hesitate to contact me.
I'm good, Zen.
Zen out.
Anyway, I was looking at the vote history because I was finally able to recover all the votes into a log since before I started logging, so back to when I first started the voting spreadsheet in like August of 2015. And anyway, it's really interesting to look at Dead Space 1 through 3 and you can see Yahan's campaign of like trying to get people to vote for it because there's all these like isolated mini votes from people. And that's not true for every game.
Need those ships to recover life pods.
Alright. We're supporting Tali
We're
again.
not letting people in life pods die just so you can rummage through Geth debris.
You yourself send a life sign.
Zen, you can always send a salvage team later.
Unless there isn't a later because we're defeated due to a lack of Geth technology.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm diverting ships to rescue life pods. As soon as they're finished, I want them back.
Well, Commander Shepard said something, so we're gonna do it. Right, Johan? What's that underwater horror game? There's the one from the Amnesia guys. It's kind of sort of underwater, right? And there's another one. Geth Primes are built to house more programs than other platforms and operate as mobile networking hubs. That's a really, like, nerdy way to say that they're badass killing machines. The combat software provides a boost to any Geth nearby, coordinating and directing attacks. Soma, that's the one. There's another one, it's like Subnautica or something like that. It's not explicitly horror-oriented, but it's super scary. Great. I like all those things in principle. I don't know about me playing it as a video game, though. We'll see.
Commander, there's a new message at your private terminal.
Thanks, Trainer. We got game night. Thanks for your time this week. This is really good to see Commander Shepard kill time between missions. Why don't you give me a call if you'd like to grab drinks in your cabin? Promise a night of fun and games. That sounds fun. Hold the line. You tell him, Riley. Geth program and hardware designation. Legion have requested Prime runtimes. Update Shepard Commander on platform status. Complying. Prime platform styles and server whatever remain stationed on Rannoch. Crater forces prevent transfer of Prime platforms to Geth transport vessels. Okay, we have to end the Crater-Geth conflict to get them off the planet. I'm working on it. Solve all the problems. That would make sense. It affects, that's what I assume from the title. Check on my space hamster. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeakity. Squeak, squeak.
Tali, I'm free if you'd like to come up.
I'll just be a moment.
Tali hype.
Thanks for asking me up. I couldn't talk freely in front of Ron.
You okay?
No, I'm really not. 17 million lives are riding on me, and I don't know if I can save them.
You're doing everything you can. If the fleet falls, it won't be because of you.
I helped my father and Zen's ideas, the new tech that made an invasion too good to pass up, that's based on my father's work. If they die because of me, if I don't...
We'll get them out of there safely, Tali.
I couldn't do this without you, Shepard. I feel like I'm bluffing, trying to convince them that the Admiral's daughter knows what she's doing.
Oh, I didn't know that propagable.
The Admiral.
I know. And at least now...
I don't think that's helping Shepard.
That's why I accepted the position. And because of you.
Me?
When they offered me this position, I asked myself what you'd do. I thought you'd take the chance to make things better.
That sounds like something I'd do.
That probably sounds stupid. It's just... I know I'm not really qualified for this.
You're doing fine, Tali. And thanks.
I should get back before the Admirals get into trouble again. I'll talk to you later.
Later, Tali. I like some of the cool, like, speculation as part of the narrative uncertainty in Mass Effect 1. You're, like, reading codex entries, and there's, like, conspiracy theorists who say that the Quarians aren't actually organics, that they're actually mostly synth, or they're cyborgs.
Trainer, if you're not doing anything, I've got a few...
They have to
hours
collapse
free.
some of those wave functions
Would
as
you
the
like to
games
come
go
up?
on, but fun early on for sure.
Your cabin is gorgeous. I've seen apartments smaller than this. Oh, an actual shower. The faucets in the women's bathroom are crap, by the way.
It's good to be the captain.
In any event, I thought you might be in the mood to play.
Chess?
I bought a board on the Citadel. GUI interface, not nearly as much fun as real pieces. But I I hoped you might give me some pointers.
The most exciting thing you can think of is playing chess?
Wow, what if I just want to play chess and I don't want to have a shower with her, game? Come on, Mass Effect. Could be more subtle than that. 3 options, not 2.
Oh, come on.
My word, Commander. It's almost as though you wanted to spare your pawns the indignity of living under my regime.
In real life, that tactic would have worked.
Well, in real life, one doesn't
Hamster
move on
who's
an
in
8x8
space.
square grid.
You know what I mean. The pawns are infantry. A good infantry line like the Krogan can take a charge like that.
That reminds me of a joke. What's the difference between Commander Shepard and a Krogan? One is an unstoppable juggernaut of head-butting destruction.
Yeah.
And the other doesn't have a smart-ass comm officer to keep her in line.
Ooh, that's even better than the number of testicles punchline.
Krogan have 4 balls. They make a lot of
Glad you
jokes
didn't
about
run
it.
Back to the lab, trainer.
It's pretty good.
Thanks. So, rematch?
Hell yes.
That was cute. I wish I could have not been a butt about playing chess, though, without, like, offering to bang her. I wish they would have kept the sound system, too. You can get the Saki Kafka's, like, Club Afterlife music from Mass Effect 2. It sounds really good. I'll be back in a few minutes and run to the restroom. See you guys in a sec. Hey, we're back. Alright, let's go. I want to change anything. I guess I got a bunch of armor I might want to check out. Oh my god, use the thing. There you go. Fortunately, I can't make my decision based on stat bonuses. Or based on fashion, because stat bonuses are way more important. Ah, it looks so stupid! It's the one I want, though. Alright, well, let me... What's the dumbest? The least dumb looking one. Yeah, we're just gonna go with none. Fashion wins out. Over function. More damage. Yeah, I want shield region, actually. Hankadar looks kind of cool, though. Could maybe do power damage. It's a default. More health, I guess. I know, right? Oh, you can hide helmet in this? You couldn't in Mass Effect 2. I forgot about that. Okay, good looking out. Thank you. Where do I go to do that? Is that on the screen here? It might just be a option. Try to get power recharge maxed here. There we go. Cool. Let's tone down the shininess. I like being able to set the color of the lights, that's neat. Thank you. May have already said it last time. Just during cutscenes. Okay, we can't really see the front of her face outside of that, so... Off in conversations. Thank God. Most circumstances. Cool. Yeah, I like glamour systems. We said, like, no system is trivial to implement, but, like, glamour should be easier than most other things to put in most games, since you're already specifying gear appearance separately from gear function. I like every game that offers it. Yeah, right, Spiky? Although it's crazy that the glamour system in Final Fantasy XIV doesn't trigger until the end game, right? You have to get to level 50 before you can do it for some reason. Ben was out in the living room. He was sleeping on the windowsill. I went and pet him, and he remembered that I was in here, so he's hanging out with Marty now. You get to customize everything, yeah? Ben, Marty. Danger zone. You're so free. Yep, and your appearance carries over between every game. I actually had Stream vote on everything with this character. Designed her whole face. Right, so there's the Reaper base, which I think might be priority Rannoch. I might have some more side quests I need to do before I can attempt that safely. Let me double check. Priority Rannoch. I think these are the two I had to do. Okay. Alright, let me go do some more side quests. I think you start getting locked out after each priority mission. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's my favorite solution, having costume and outfit be a separate slot. That way you're still excited about finding those items, and you don't, like, consume them to use them as glamours, right? I think we remember we went to Anos Basin and there wasn't anything there. Go to these other areas. Read some planet descriptions. And then we'll do a pass through the Citadel and turn in a bunch of shit. Hey, this is Novaria. So we must have been able to come here just for an N7 mission, I'm guessing? Yeah, Starbound does that. Terraria does that. It's a good approach. Okay, there's nothing there. Try Arcturus stream. Yeah. Although the cat gear in Monster Hunter looks awesome. If you're playing as the correct player race.
I found something.
Arcturus Station, that's a bummer. Systems Alliance Parliament and the nerve center of their military armada. Now it's a cold grave for 45,000 people. That's a bummer.
Evasion successful. Reapers eluded.
Come on, where is the thing? Really big system to try to uncover everything on. Sizable asteroid, one of many totes with the mass relay to help build Arcturus Station. Belt communities are too small for the Reapers to bother harvesting. Blasts from their weapons pierce the habitat's protective domes and burns for anti-pushing barriers. The Belt's population is now 0. No!
Evasion successful.
It's so frustrating that like getting hit by one of these things is just like a game over too. Nothing interesting happens, just like, you lose. You don't have like a little mission you have to do to escape.
Reapers eluded.
They could have done that in a way that was a lot cooler, I think.
Signal confirmed.
Euler. Yeah, that's frustrating, Spiky. Small rock planet with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide. Iron core and blanket of hematite were briefly mined to aid in the construction of Arcturus Station. Reputation as the scab planet persists to this day, since other resources are not particularly notable. Fermi. Ah, there's a pattern to the names of these planets. That's delightful. Reaper's presence in the system. Fermi, Euler, Benning. Oh, that's right, we went to Benning in Mass Effect 2, didn't we? Wasn't this where Kasumi's mission was, I think? Yeah, right, propagable, I know. Well, it's one of those situations where it would probably just be better if there was nothing there. Polar Brewski and I were talking about this recently, that there are a lot of video game features and like company decisions where often it would just be better if they did nothing rather than the small thing they did do.
Faster than light jump successful.
So the example we were talking about primarily was Nintendo Switch giving you free rentals for the Virtual Console games. They're like adding online functionality to old multiplayer like NES and Super Nintendo games, which is cool. And it makes sense that they want to charge money for it because it's a lot of extra effort for them to enable it. But what they're doing is if you have the online subscription, you get to play those games for free for a month, and then you have to pay for them. So it automatically draws a comparison to like the Xbox Live and PSN systems where they give you games for free and you keep them so long as you keep their subscription. And my argument is it would be better if they just didn't give it to you for free at all. If they just made you pay for it right away, rather than having you rent it, basically. It looks worse for them if you get something that's not quite as good as what your competitors are offering, you know? Yeah, I totally agree, Spiky. And some of the flavor text in the first and second games are really well done. The resource scanning felt cumbersome. I liked landing on some of the planets even though there wasn't a lot there, but exploring around on the Mako, seeing the cool skybox. I still thought it was fun. I was hopeful from the Hammerhead DLC that they were going to keep vehicle missions in Mass Effect 3, but move them more to like a platforming level with unique geometry. Kind of like how the Hammerhead missions are constructed, but I imagine that's a ton of work, and that's why we don't really see them come back in this game at all.
Reapers eluded.
It makes some throwaway references to the vehicles when you scan stuff on the Normandy, but nothing significant. Where the heck is the thing
Faster
here?
than light jump successful.
It wasn't too bad. It was kind of fun to be like, okay, this is a garden world, so it must be ESO rich, right? But If you carried over a 100% save from Mass Effect 1, you were so overloaded with resources anyway that you probably weren't going to need to mine for a long time, and when you needed to mine, it felt like a pain in the ass to do. I know, right, Leah? You should not leave me alone. Hey, there it is. Why should it just be like fuel or something stupid?
Faster than light jump successful.
Everything out here is named for stuff Hades related. God, it was just fuel. How did I miss this last time I was here?
Evasion successful.
Well, that's taken care of. Excuse me. 100%, 100%, 100%. Can't do anything at Horsehead. About these three. Yeah, right? I totally agree. I think it's probably generally true
I found something.
that any game that uses a single minigame too much, like unless if the minigame is super fun, like the Chocobo Hot and Cold game in Final Fantasy IX, the best minigame ever created, it gets really frustrating if you have to do it that much. Canrum was the site of the warlord Shiaga's defeat by Tyrian peacekeeping forces during the Krogan rebellions. The warlord came up elsewhere in other planet descriptions. While this band was not especially powerful, Shiaga was a female warlord, one of the few remaining fertile females at that. She had, through viciousness and cunning, parlayed her unique value into a position of power. Krogan males competed for the right to join her band and lie with her. When Shiaga's death was announced, vengeful male Krogan admirers near and far swore blood oaths against the participating Turian crews. In the end, several thousand of the Turian participants were killed in open combat or through assassination. To this day, many Krogan proudly proclaim they have the blood of Shiaga. That's pretty cool. Oops, I gotta scan this thing. I should get a recording of Andrea making the womp noise. She does it much better than I do. Because she's also more willing to be loud in the microphone, so maybe y'all don't want to hear that. I played with my compressor a little bit more after the last You Don't Know Jack session, so hopefully that should be more bearable if she
Reapers eluded.
gets loud. Yeah, I thought so, Psi-16. I remember Shiaga coming up more, even outside of planet descriptions. That's really neat that that stuff shows up in multiple places, right? You get it in the codex, you get it in the planet descriptions. Yeah, I'm using Reaper. I know they just added VST support into OBS natively like yesterday. So maybe if it helps at all with saving on CPU usage, I might move that stuff into OBS. But I'm using Recomp. Recomp, what else? Recomp, ReAQ, Refer, Spitfish, De-esser, which I made a lot more aggressive yesterday, and Regate. Atmosphere similar to Earth's made in Taisei, an early candidate for human colonization. However, provably high temperatures in an arid climate have proven a hindrance to terraforming and agriculture. Few human cities were founded, but the majority of the human population remains scattered across the deserts. Oh, cool. How's the mixer been treating you? It might be nice to have a physical solution, so I'm not worrying about the additional latency created and software load. The latency is enough that I can't like sing along to music without being off by a couple seconds, which is frustrating. 'Cause that's the only time it really comes up, but... No!
Evasion successful.
What's the station over here? Oh, it's Pinnacle Station. It's the DLC from Mass Effect 1. Really shitty DLC. Given how the rest of the DLC is quite good, Pinnacle Station's pretty bad. It's a bunch of combat in a game that is not very combat focused. No story. This isn't a game where you really want to be highlighting your combat. That's cool. Can you send me an Amazon link that affects? I'd just like to look into it. It might be worth it for me.
Reapers eluded.
Right, propagable. Thank you, you rock.
I found something.
Yeah, we got here. Cameron's a terrestrial world with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide. The surface is scorching hot. Like, whoa, Cameron is tidally locked to the blue giant, forever looking into the face of the Gorgon. Cute. Oh, I have a Behringer splitter. Cool, thank you. Bookmark that. I might be able to use that for some of my recording stuff too, once Andrew and I get a house and I can actually bust out the drum set again. Tidally locked type. Exactly. Trying to figure out what the theme is between these planets. There's one like all the planets are named after different cultures, paradises, like Xanadu, Nirvana, Eden, Prime.
Faster than light jump successful.
That's awesome. Yeah, you gotta get your ultra low latency. Han. Fuel. Cool. Mavagon, small rock and ice planet with an atmosphere, rudimentary ammonia-based life, concentrated around geothermal vents. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to be taking my drum set over to Sailor Dan's this weekend. Andrew and I are going to see if everything's still working with Rock Band. I'd like to do some Rock Band for free play on stream once we get a house. I just can't play it in the apartment because we're on the second floor, and I don't want to piss off the downstairs neighbors. Oh, that's nice. There's a lot of things I could use that for.
I found something.
Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, because, like, audio mixing in Windows is a fucking pain in the ass for no reason. It's one of those things where it's like, it should be really easy for me to say, hey, this program should send audio to these 3 connected audio devices, and this program should only send audio to this one. But it really doesn't want to let you do that. You have to use a lot of sketchy software that crashes often and uses too many resources. I'm actually curious if that's any better in Linux at all. It's just a Windows issue. Ships. Get out of here after we grab this fuel.
Evasion successful.
Ah, something Apple does better. I wouldn't want to have an Apple machine for any other reason, but it's so much. It sucks so bad on the PC. It's so surprising to a lot of people when they first get into streaming. Like, really, I can't just do that natively? No, you can't. Oops. So I'm gonna save again. I might screw up the Reaper event at some point and get a game over and lose all this progress of stuff that's not terribly difficult to do, but would suck to have to do again. I think we only have a couple more sectors to go through, and we'll go back to the Citadel. We'll run up and down each of the floors to eavesdrop on some quests, turn in some stuff, and then we'll go do the Priority Rannoch major mission.
Signal confirmed.
Elitania. We went here for a mission too. Elitania is the planet that has the optional, like, it's like you get some kind of pendant from the Asari Councilor in Mass Effect 1, and if you bring it to this planet and you drive to a very specific part, you can use the pendant, and it gives you this crazy, like, tabletop RPG GM narrated style story about the ancient cave people being visited by the Protheans. It's really cool. Very obscure. Yeah, there's like a bunch of those space monkeys on this planet. Hijacks. Yeah, it was one of the coolest things in Mass Effect 1. It's definitely the sort of thing that they would never put in Mass Effect 2 or 3. It's kind of weird and out of place, but it's neat. I liked it. Wow, this is cool. It added to that feeling of the immensity of the planets and the star systems you're exploring in this game, in these games.
Faster than light jump successful.
I do like that. That's one of the things I like about this series. It's like, no, you don't need to add too much fantasy to make this universe work. Like, you know, the Milky Way is huge, and even with all this exploration and all this society, like, they've still explored less than 1% of all the stars. We don't need to be an intergalactic society. Now, Andromeda, it makes sense that it's in a different galaxy, but it doesn't need to go beyond Andromeda after that, right?
Something.
Celia. Veros, hey, this is also an important planet in Mass Effect 1. It was the Star Trek episode planet. Exogeny scientists.
Reapers eluded.
Okay. Anakin bait is done. Yeah, it's one of those things that it's very difficult for humans to even perceive of it.
Faster
Like,
than light jump successful.
our brains are wired to understand very big, and then there's like about 100,000 orders of magnitude above very big that are indistinguishable for us, you know? I think we have trouble understanding how big Jupiter is or how big the sun is, let alone the Milky Way galaxy or the universe. We have the same problem with things that are very small. Hold up, I wanted to get some more fuel before we go somewhere here. There we go. Save again. Oh, I think I've seen that one before, Poor Bruce. Is that the one where you have to scroll? Yeah, that's really cool. That thing's terrifying. And click on the thing in the bottom right corner that has a little C. That has you scroll at the speed of light. Give you a sense of how slow the speed of light is. And thank you for sharing that. You should throw that in Discord too if you didn't already. I haven't. Is it good? My only experience with Civilization is about 3 hours of Civ 5, which I did during Patreon Subblock, and I liked it a lot. I imagine a sci-fi version is pretty cool. I hope you had at least one student in class who was stoked about it though, right? Like, I'm super stoked about spectroscopy. The fact that you can use, you can look at light coming from stars and other sources and infer something about their chemical makeup. That's the coolest thing in the world to me. And I think that that's the sort of demo that you can show students and like, okay, why do I care? But if you had showed that to me in high school, I would have been, whoa, that's so cool, wow. Oh man.
Reapers eluded.
It's a really easy science demo to do too. You like have them wear the little glasses and you look at all the different elements, and then you show them a mystery element and you have them look at it, and if they put the different colored lines together they can deduce that it's air. It has, you know, oxygen, nitrogen. Maybe this will have a quest later. I don't think there's actually anything here yet, surprisingly. 3 main philosophies your empire can take: purity, supremacy, and harmony. That's interesting. So very different from the main series Civ game philosophies. Yeah, Andrea did a science outreach thing at the Ohio State Fair when we were in Ohio, and they had a setup like that. I volunteered with her and ran the spectroscopy. It was a ton of fun. You can go out and you can look at the sun and you can see the black lines. Or you can look at the fluorescent lights. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it if you've got students that are excited about it. A lot of it probably has to do with the way you sell it.
Evasion successful.
Where does Kiwi do outreach? So like, Andrea did a lot of science outreach when we were in Columbus and in California. But like, Los Alamos is probably the town that least needs science outreach in the country, because just about anybody who lives here or goes to the school is probably related to a scientist. So like, we could drive down to Pohoaki, which is like a reservation area that's a lot poorer. That would be a nice place to do it. Probably Santa Fe and Albuquerque too.
Evasion successful.
Espanola, yeah, that'd be nice. Espanola is pretty poor. That's where Andrew and I drive to get Taco Bell.
Reapers eluded.
It's about 30 minutes from here. Cool. Well, I'll talk to Andrew about it. That would be a lot of fun. She has a lot of dry ice demos too. Okay, this one I don't need to be scanning in. We should stop. Urla I haven't been to yet. Do you preserve Milky Way traditions, isolationist, or do you dominate other species? Yeah, I'm excited, size 16s. The narrative the narrative uncertainty in Mass Effect Andromeda is at its peak right now, right? So there's so many ways it could go and so many cool things they could do with it. I'm trying to keep myself as blind as I possibly can. I hope that they think about those things. Like, I'm sure BioWare is thinking about it. I'm not so sure about EA and how much EA's influence is gonna taint the effort. Like the very first teaser for Andromeda had that. It was just talking about like Sally Ride and exploration and frontiers. It was very exciting. Wait, hold on. Talasphia is a planet capable of supporting life if that life happens to breathe ammonia. Discovered by Asari explorers, the planet was used as a bargaining chip by the Citadel Council, who quickly drafted a colonization agreement with its wealthy client race, the Volus. The Council would fund the Volus colonization effort in return for massive trade benefits. With uncharacteristic enthusiasm, an enormous Volus influx ensued, and the Council reaped the economic benefits for a dozen years before the colonization bubble burst. They found that easy prey, the independent planet had a defense fleet only sufficient to handle small-scale actions. Cool. I like Volus-related stuff. No, that's cool, Leon. What was it? Ash Wednesday hype. Finally, it is Ash Wednesday. Alright.
Faster than light jump success.
No, for sure, size 16s, yeah. It's a question that they have the opportunity to answer, right? Or the opportunity to talk about at least. Okay, I think that we've done all of the planet scanning for now. Let me write down the planets that currently don't have a value on them, because I've already checked them, so I don't do it again. So, come on, notepad. There you go. Anos Basin. Krogan DMZ actually says 100%. That's cool. Marstead Nebula. They might come up later. I'll try to listen for quests that specifically mention them. Harvest Row. Ninma Cluster. I think next session I'll buy the Leviathan and Citadel DLCs. We could probably do that next time. And so those will be blind. What other DLCs are there? There's Javik, Leviathan, Citadel, Expanded Ending. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Holland Pressure. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid anything about Breath of the Wild. That's cool though that they did anything 8-bit with it. That's super cool, Leon. Yeah, after I beat it, I'll have to check it out. Omega's the only other one. Oh, that's going to get added? Size 16s? Do those 4 places that I tried to go to have any content?
Ground transport?
They just like unlocks if I progress the main story or if I overhear a conversation creepily somewhere here.
I'm headed to Purgatory. We'll have a cab ready for you.
Oh, you're talking about DLC, the Omega DLC. That's right. I got you. Thank you. Alright. Are those all good, would you say? I'm super duper strongly opposed to the existence of the Leviathan DLC. It's supposed to be about the origin of the Reapers, which... No, don't. But I'm sure it will be good. And I haven't done it, so... we should do it. Which one came out last? The Citadel DLC was the last one, right? They did like kind of a touchstone social DLC. Talk with your squad some more. I should... well... no, I'll do it on this character. I should do it on my main shepherd from before I started streaming.
Look who's here. The Blue Suns, Blood Pack, and Eclipse are in my pocket.
Gotcha.
I'll send them to
Citadel's
War
the
when you're
best. Leviathan's good, but Mega's not necessary. I guess I'll need the Blue Suns, right?
Is Darner Voss cooperating with you now? Getting General Araka off the Blue Suns back did the trick. Voss still thinks he'll be getting me.
Carrie Ann Moss over here.
Idiot. But he's committed his veteran soldiers to me. In turn, I commit them to you.
It's got that weird, like, Captain Kirkian speaking meter.
We'll talk later. I'm sure.
It's all combat. Oh, it's all about Arya and you don't bring your squad. Huh. I mean, I like Arya. It's interesting, though, if they would focus so hard on it. So... that's all her missions, isn't it? Does she have anything new to say now that I've got all 3 groups?
Look, the Blue Suns. Is there anything on your mind? What exactly have I acquired? An army that's willing to fight dirty, to do the things your respectable militaries won't do. Eclipse Max and Vorcha Legions are excellent candidates for Vanguard.
That's cool, thank you, Leon.
Offensive. Well worth the little song and dance I had you perform, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's not a spoiler.
How do you plan on taking Omega back? I think I'm going to employ violence. I'm gonna slap Omega right out of the elusive man's greedy little hands.
I think that dialogue was in the base game before you had the DLC, too.
I'm sure.
I wonder if they intended the Omega DLC to be in the base game originally.
Yes. Make it required. From the shadows, past the Justicar, all of it.
What the hell's your problem?
I'm not skinning the Alliance.
Since when are you so chummy with those pricks?
Screw you. You've been watching the news?
Sure.
Know what's happening to Earth while we're sitting here?
I mean, what's happening to Paladin?
Calm down already.
don't need a drink. There's not a free dance button. Wait, free dance button! Aw, man. Wow, that's actually a slightly more decent dance animation for Shepard than the usual, like, awkward nerd kind of shuffle to the left then shuffle to the right. I wonder if it's the same for male Shepard there.
Commander Shepard, maybe I can help. The banner of the 1st Regiment is waiting.
I overheard you 3 weeks ago. Here's some shit. Not at all creepy.
Your turn. Councilor Tavos.
Hot, but points off for attitude.
Shaira the Consort.
Hot, I guess? Can we stop this? You're creeping me out.
Dalatras Linron.
Ew.
Your turn. Councilor
Okay,
Tavos.
that's it.
Shaira the Consort.
I love you, Seth Green. Stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight. That's what I call the Catholic liturgy. Thank you, Spiky and Leon. Appreciate y'all's helping to airlock that.
Areas tagged at 1 moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Commons.
Anyone over here that I creepily, like, snuck up on and listened to your conversation need some shit?
I recovered the Book of Plenix. It's waiting for you in Bay D24.
Totally is.
Earth Clan, this is a priceless gift. Thank you.
No problem. Sorry we couldn't have a more robust little quest there. I could have had a little conversation. I could have asked you about your people. You could have told me some aspect of your culture. I could have said something nice or something mean. But because of budget constraints, I had to go and press a button and then press another button, and you said thank you.
Actually, I found a Caecilisaur skull preserved in amber. Maybe
It's
you
been on
could
this
clone it or
cell phone call.
You're kidding? You're kidding? Seriously? Well, if the genetic material...
Yes.
We've got cloning facilities on Zerkesh.
Right.
Caecilisaur genes were remarkably pliable. Cloning might be effective.
Cool. Caecilisaur cloning hype. Holy shit, that's fast. They're already riding the first units of the battle. It only took him like 15 seconds. Not so much budget issues as schedule issues, right? Although I guess you can think of them as being the same thing. The game came out really quickly after the release of Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 release date. Celia, happy dinner.
If you have a quick 1 moment, please.
Yeah. 2 years. Not even that. This game came out. That's true. Schedule issues that budget can't fix if you don't have enough time. Yeah, I've heard that problem. Like, sometimes you bring in new people and it actually makes the thing take longer because you have to adapt them to what you're doing. Hey, kitties. So I don't know if BioWare or EA have announced how long Andromeda has actually been in development. I feel like it went from announced to being released really quickly, and that kind of worries me a little bit. I'm hopeful that it's good. Fingers are crossed. A plan and not quite enough time. I really liked Gabe Newell's recent AMA, where he was talking about, someone asked him, what's your favorite Valve game? And he said, Portal. And they're like, oh, but what about Half-Life 2? And he said, well, I wasn't really involved in Portal, and I was really involved in Half-Life, so whenever I look at the game, I look at all the things that we wanted to include but had to sacrifice for time and budget constraints. And he made the point that anything you see in a video game, any feature or sequence or cutscene or anything, is at the expense of something not in the game. They had to cut. It's a bunch of compromises and regrets. I think that's probably true of any work of art, but especially so with video games. Movies can feel more complete, I think. But games probably always start with a much bigger vision than what they can possibly achieve. Been at least 3 years? Okay, thank you, Polar Brewski. That's a little reassuring. Lack of Karpashin, the original writer, doesn't help too much, but I think that there's enough people who like Mass Effect, that get what Mass Effect is about, that you don't always need to have your original creator to get stuff to work. Yeah, still it could have been. Right, Propagable. So, like, what if they had abandoned the Reaper invasion mechanic, but they still had it as an idea and they just couldn't figure out a way to make it work that wasn't dumb? Like, that's what could have been. Really? I didn't realize that about Undertale. That's interesting. Huh.
I think I recovered the obelisk you mentioned from the Shrike Abyssal.
Not at all
it's waiting in
creepy.
Bay D24.
Really? Thank you, Earth Clan.
No props, dude.
Were your people involved in a secret construction project of some sort, I am certain this obelisk would help.
I think it would be... The Mass Effect series is pretty good at poking fun of itself from game to game. They always joke about, like, you know, slapping Omnigel on something. I think is a joke in the Kasumi DLC in Mass Effect 2. So hopefully they'll make a joke about the eavesdropping permissions thing in Mass Effect 4, Andromeda, I should say. How's Wednesday treating you, Chaos?
Excuse me. I'm Commander Shepard. If you promise to be careful, I've got something for you.
A Reaper code fragment. Yes, I can use this to try to predict their strategic processes. We might be able to save a few worlds with this, Commander. Thank you.
No probs. Happy to help. Yeah, Conrad's pretty great. I don't remember, because chat was still making decisions with Conrad. I don't remember how they played out. I don't think we bumped into him yet in Mass Effect 3. Yeah, there's that infamous glitch, though, with Conrad, right? Where they accidentally permanently flagged you as having been renegade to him in Mass Effect 1, no matter what you actually did. I don't know if anyone's gone in and hacked that and see if there's recorded separate content for if you were nice to him. Geth jamming tech. Okay, so there's things I can buy that are just for quests. Gotcha. Get these barrels for my man Garrus. He got a punch a reporter in the face. Oh, good luck. That causes me so much anxiety. You know, just being around, like, when the Geek Squad at Best Buy advises people on things they should do for their computer, and like, oh yeah, you know, we can help you install your PlayStation 4. That'll be a $100 service fee. I'm like, oh man. I actually know something about that. I know nothing about cars. How badly am I getting screwed? Transfer unit actively engaged against Reaper hostiles. Private is an exceptional engineer recommending her for duty on a team set to sabotage Reaper processing centers. Let's do it. Captain Riley, N7 operative, has been nominated for a combination for Valor for her actions at Cyone. Yeah, let's do it. You can fix the flag, but it might not actually change anything. Yeah, there's that flag is busted, and then the flag of which Councilor you nominate at the end of Mass Effect 1 is busted. It's actually kind of funny. There's the way they fix it is there's a sequence. Well, it's not that it's busted, it's that the game save transfer occurs before that decision happens. So they like make the Mass Effect 1 ending save, and then the game asks you, hey, who do you want to be Counselor? So in Mass Effect 2, the way they fixed it is they have Miranda and Jacob are like quizzing you to see if you remember everything. Like, who did you pick to be the Counselor? And that's when the decision actually gets made. It's a pretty clever solution to a goofy bug. Goofy error, I should say. Later, Serp. Sleep well. Yeah, I know so much less, man. Like, if you know someone who's a mechanic and you can trust them to not screw you over, that is something that's invaluable.
Now arriving at docking bay E24.
Bro, I took my car to some, it was like Midas or something for a routine oil change, and they stripped the thread on my oil pan. And I brought it back to them, and they, denied that it was their fault. And they said it would cost about $2,000 to fix. And I was really distraught about it, so I talked to one of my coworkers and like, hey, my buddy's a mechanic, you should take it to him, and he fixed it for like $50. And it was cool that he fixed it so cheap, but it terrified me. Like, oh man, how often could this be happening to me?
I recovered your pillars of strength from the kite's nest. They're yours, waiting in Bay D24.
Thank you. Right now, my people need any reminder of their faith.
Oh, does that work all the way through Witcher? So, do you just have characters ask you to remind them what you did, or how does it work, Leon? Like, how do they ask the question? How does it come up?
Please observe all cast restrictions when making a purchase. Thank you for your patronage.
Hey, Zaid.
What the hell are you looking at?
You,
Nothing.
Zaid.
Nothing.
Oh, the Batarian. Don't be a dick, dude.
Figured you'd be too busy recruiting goddamn armies for this war you're in charge of.
I could always use more help.
Rest in peace, Zaid.
I've seen footage of what happened on Earth. Tell you what, I'll see if some old contacts of mine are still around. Can't promise you anything, but if enough of them are still breathing, I can lend a hand.
God, his face texture is so much better than every other character in the game.
Signed on with them when I heard they were making a hit on Cerberus. Should have studied the job longer.
Alright, what else we got here? Oh, it's while you're being shaved? That's clever. I think you guys have convinced me that it's not a bad idea to start with The Witcher 3, or at least The Witcher 2, and skip the first game. I forget who called it out, but somebody pointed out that even The Witcher 1 starts after, like, 7 books have been published.
Someone sabotaged the Metagel dispensers, and I've got some idiot preaching about Cerberus down here. No, I've contacted CSEC. They said it's not a priority and it doesn't matter. What matters is that I've got Turian soldiers dying for lack of medication.
He is, isn't he? Oh, Conrad. Oh man, get hype. Alright, hold on. Let me do everything else down here first. Actually, that might be all we have to do. Witcher 2 does it with a secret police. Conrad hype!
Cerberus wants our help. And if Cerberus is good enough for Commander Shepard, it should be good enough for us.
He's like the most Canadian character.
Commander Shepard,
He uses his voice for some dude at Bioware
Wow,
Vancouver.
it's great to see you again. I joined Cerberus too.
Conrad, Cerberus just tried to kill the Council. I'm not working with them.
Oh.
Oh no. I screwed up again, didn't I? I'm sorry if I ever accused you of pointing a gun at me when you didn't actually do that. I was really stressed out.
That's because of the bug in Mass Effect 2 where it automatically flags if it is you haven't pointed a gun at him.
What can you tell me about your Cerberus contacts?
Not much. They wanted me to help recruit people near the medical station.
Which was sabotaged while you had everyone distracted.
Oh, wait. No.
Poor
I'll deal
Conrad.
with it. Just don't do anything.
Okay. But I might be able to help you with whatever you're doing now that isn't Cerberus.
Conrad is like the Dan Hibiki of Mass
I'm
Effect.
building an ancient Prothean dark energy device to stop the Reapers. Can you help with that?
Well, I did write my doctoral dissertation on xenotechnology and dark energy integration.
Really?
Yes. In fact, I may be able to find some ancient tech schematics that could help you with construction. Hang on. I have an old contact. Ah, come on, Hossel. Help me out. Sorry. The war has him scared.
Hossel? Gavin
Sorry.
Hossel, the tech researcher? I did him a favor once. Tell him this is from me.
Oh yeah, Gavin
I
Hossel.
had no idea you two knew each other. Small universe.
Right.
Okay, he's forwarding the schematics over.
It's better when they do the lampshade hang, right? It feels better. At least they know.
Oh no, it's in an ancient Asari dialect. We'd need a lot of ancient Asari writing to translate.
I don't have that.
No!
Here, at least let me send you my dissertation. Maybe it'll help a little.
No, I didn't do it in Mass Effect 1, son of a bitch.
Anyway, good luck fixing the metagel dispensers.
So what happens here, this is a parody of like all of your decisions carrying over from Mass Effect 1, and most of them don't matter. So like a bunch of stupid shit that you did in previous games, like helping Gavin Hossel and collecting the Matriarch's writings, if you have all of them, then he manages to do all of it, and you get a bit of a readiness boost. It's pretty silly.
Not touching
I failed! I actually did quite a bit in Mass Effect 1, but I'm like, I'm not gonna go find all this shit. That should be fine. Son of a bitch!
Weren't you running a shelter for war orphans on Ilium?
He was doing well until the Reapers.
I love that he just happens to have his
Ended up
doctoral
spending most of what I
dissertation.
had left getting the kids off world. I'm sorry if that was.
No. You did the right thing.
Thanks.
I think there's still 2 other things I would have had to do. There's like the Matriarch's writings for some stupid reason, and like 3 other stupid things you have to collect, and it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, the Elkos Combine license, that's right. I can't believe it even like flagged that in the first game. I wonder if people were looking at all the flags in the first game long before 2 and 3 came out to figure out what was going to matter and what wasn't. That's hysterical. I remembered the doctoral dissertation thing, but I forgot about him asking for all these other... Like, I thought maybe the game didn't actually flag those things, and it was just like they're making a joke about it. But it turns out I didn't get the writing, so he said, sorry, you don't have it.
Now arriving at docking bay D24.
That's super funny. Yeah.
I've got your briefing, Private. Let's fill you in before the storm arrives. Posting us to an ESO mining facility on Zani.
I definitely had all of it in Mass Effect 1 and 2 in my like off-stream playthrough. I sucked those 2 games dry, man. Every pixel of every explorable planet, every area, every item, every credit, every point of experience. A little excessive. But that's where it pays off. Part of a running joke from Conrad Verner. I'm gonna pop downstairs. Don't turn your head like that. It's super creepy. Don't do that. Just keep looking forward like a normal person. I'm gonna go look at the Crucible progress since we just turned in a bunch of shit, and then we'll go do Priority Rannoch. No, kitties. Big yawn, Ben.
I'm ready to hit the Reaper base whenever you are, Shepard.
So how did you end up back with your fleet, Tali?
When the war started, the Admiralty Board asked for my help. I had more recent contact with the Geth than most of my people. They hadn't filled the spot on the board left by my father. I was invited in. It's just a technicality. I'm far too young to be a real admiral.
Don't sell yourself short, Tali. The board needed your expertise. You needed the authority that comes with rank.
So this is related to the small universe problem, but it's the like everyone's important problem. You can't just have a party member who's a rando Quarian. Mass Effect 2 is like, oh, BT Dubs, her dad's an admiral. It's like, oh, okay. She could have just been a rando, but alright. You know, everyone can be a fucking prince. That's fine.
How did the war with the Geth get started anyway?
Admiral Zen developed a scanning counter.
This is someone who loves Tali. She was my first girlfriend before Andrea.
It's like a flashbang grenade. It effectively crippled the Geth ships in combat. My fleet couldn't pass up the chance to attack.
Could we use it to fight the Reapers?
It only works against the Geth, unfortunately.
Womp womp.
Their
Use it
AI
against the Reaper
lets them use
Geth.
extremely detailed radar pings. Zen's countermeasure overwhelmed them with garbage data. And it's useless now that the Reapers have upgraded their processing power.
I made the mistake of telling Andrea that, and she proceeded to be as mean as possible to Tali through all 3 games, killing me watching her.
How is it being back with the fleet?
Right now, it's exhausting. I'm an admiral in the middle of a war. I just want us to get out of this alive. Everything else can wait.
When this is over, I could use your help.
I can't, Shepard. If we survive this, we'll have a homeworld. My people need me.
Oh, it was nasty.
You could help your people's homeworld by fighting the Reapers.
She would justify it in universe. She wasn't just doing it to be vindictive. She'd be like, "No, Tali is, insubordinate. I'm playing a renegade Shepard. She's got
Talk to
to
you later, Tali.
get in line." Sure. I was like, "God damn it!" So anytime Tali would be like in any way insubordinate, I'd be like, "Oh God, here it comes."
The data you forwarded about the Geth was disturbing. It doesn't match the stories we tell.
Having second thoughts about the Geth?
Admirals don't have the luxury of second thoughts. What do you need?
I'd like to know about your patrol fleet.
In peacetime, the patrol fleet managed navigation, internal security, and intership conflicts or crimes. Now, we mostly guard the heavy fleet's flank. It's mostly light frigates or fighters.
Tell me about the civilian fleet.
Our civilian ships, medical vessels, and live ships, once again commanded by Admiral Koris, thanks to you. In peacetime, they made up the bulk of our fleet. Now, our strength would even give the Turians pause.
Tali said you had the largest fleet in the galaxy.
The Turians have more dreadnoughts. Their overall military force is larger than our heavy fleet by far. But before we began this war, we jury-rigged every Quarian ship in the flotilla for battle. Even our live ships have cannons.
I love that concept that it's this race that lives on a flotilla instead of a planet.
Converted them into dreadnoughts. That's a violation of the Treaty of Ferrixon.
While live ships have firepower comparable to a dreadnought, their primary purpose is food cultivation.
You think the Council will buy that technicality?
If need be, I'll apologize once this war is over.
And in the meantime, you're putting your civilians in danger.
Not casually, Commander. We keep them off the front lines, but we'll do whatever we must to win.
Which fleet does Admiral Zen command?
Right, no one ever violates treaties.
It's not a fleet per se, just a few research vessels. Her technical breakthroughs have put us within strike.
Oh, the air quotes, stock emote. Ah, yes, Reapers.
You're not worried about her losing perspective?
We have dismissed that claim.
Her interest in the Geth?
If she can save our people, she can do whatever she wants.
I'll let you get back to work.
Huh.
Thank you, Commander.
Again, another example of, that was closer to your typical Mass Effect 1 shot, reverse shot, like, just face conversation, but it was kind of cool that they went to the trouble of having Shepard hold a tablet during it, right? Added a little bit extra. Hey, our readiness is getting there. That's good. Or military strength, I should say. Readiness is a multiplayer. It increases when you do the multiplayer. Tarians, Balak, refugees from the Pillar of Strength. It's the thing we found. Citadel Defense Force, the weapons in the Book of Plenix. Cool. Human forces fighting Cerberus. Yeah, so the fleet lost a third of its vessels protecting the Council during the Battle of the Citadel, which is cool. I don't remember if it adds up to the same amount of... because you still get, like, the Destiny Ascension, and it might be that the decimated fleet plus the Ascension is the same amount of readiness as the full fleet, but they can create the illusion that it mattered, right? Which is cool. Saeed. Reaper code fragment, totally not a problem. Not going to get us killed later. Position of every Reaper in the Milky Way. That seems pretty useful. Dark Energy Dissertation. It's worth 1 readiness. By Dr. Conrad Verner. This doctoral dissertation on xenotechnology is a lengthy but intriguing argument that dark energy causes a minute but empirically observable difference in the passage of time. Hotly debated when first published, the paper's theory is supported by recent data. The dissertation illuminates several instructions left by the Protheans on how to build the Crucible. And isn't this worth more readiness if you had all of those requisite items? The Dalatras's writing and the Combine license? Cacliosaurs. Battle mounts for the Krogan have been cloned successfully. It only took like 5 seconds. Banner of the First. Cool. It goes up to 5 total. Okay, I feel less bad. So it's really just an Easter egg if you got everything. That's funny. I think that might be my favorite universe in-joke, the conversation with Conrad in this game.
Commander Shepard.
The Allied Primes are relaying any hostile combat data they can decrypt. I never thought I'd be linking Geth into the system.
That's all we can do on the ship, so let's go ahead and do Priority Rannoch. We've done everything there is to be done. I think we're ready for Priority Rannoch 2. Twitch chat had us made a decision in Mass Effect 2 that's kind of questionable to the events of Priority Rannoch, but I think it's going to be okay. Malicious compliance with the Washington Naval Treaty. Oh, interesting. So they created aircraft carriers? Am I understanding you correctly? That's cool. I don't know. I think everything seems inevitable with hindsight, right? Flat top is slang for aircraft carrier. That's actually, they had to struggle to come up with like what's something that humans innovate in Mass Effect, and I guess aircraft carriers was their idea for this series. That like the humans show up and we have these giant ships that just have a shit ton of fighters in them, and for some reason none of the other alien races had thought of that. You'd be like, well, that's dumb. They should have thought of that. It's like, well, should they have? Like, what's the technology that's just not in our way of thinking, you know? That would seem obvious after the fact. Recharge speed isn't that significant to matter. Okay. Armor targets. I think we want to do the armor damage once we can. Humans help to develop metagel. That's cool. That sounds familiar from the Codex, which was a really big deal when they arrived on the scene.
The sinking laser needs a line of sight. What's the fastest route?
The upper entrance. Target the base before the Geth can organize resistance.
What about you?
We will deactivate defense systems and acquire an escape vehicle.
You can do that?
This unit still
Legion can do
carries
anything.
remnants of
I said his code is just
upgrade code.
bring sexy
We can
back.
break any
It's
Geth
line 1.
security.
Line 2, go to line
You
1.
are concerned.
You know your limits. I trust you. I'm more concerned you didn't tell me about the
Yeah, there you go,
upgrades.
CP violation.
You
Cool
were
name, by the
tolerant
way.
of our recovery of Geth intelligences from the server, but this matter is different. Personal.
You were ashamed.
Oh, that's right.
Shame is
I
an
forgot about
emotional
that
or
size.
cognitive response to societal judgment. It should not apply here.
I'm on your side here, Legion. I want to help your people.
Maybe when we do the Andromeda launch, I'll do a couple hour stream beforehand that just read through the whole codex from Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3.
No, based on empirical evidence, they are not. Proceed to the upper entrance. We will exit here and procure an
Nice,
escape
Thea.
vehicle.
Got it. Legion. Good luck.
Acknowledged.
Oh, kitties. Don't fight. This time Marty initiated the fight. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave the cat cam on here and see what happens.
I can't believe it. I don't think
Get it,
it's really
Ben.
sunk in yet.
Hey,
The
Vigil.
homeworld. My world. Look at the sky. And the rock formations. They used to write poems about them.
When we're done, maybe you'll write a new one.
This is Rannoch, the world of our ancestors. Our bodies carried the seeds that spread the desert grass. You've heard me say Kilasalai? The best translation I can come up with is by the homeworld I hope to see someday.
Looks like you're seeing it today.
The living room window will be right here.
Something I should know?
I just claimed the land. I know it doesn't mean much, but when this is over, I'll have a home.
Quarians spent centuries as nomads. You think you can go back to living in one place?
We have gotten used to carrying our homes around with us. Well, that's a start.
Yay, Tali. Yay, Homeworld. Yay, custom content if you played the previous 2 games. Does Tali show up in Mass Effect 3 if you just play it without having played the prior 2? I thought the base game of Mass Effect 2 and 3 were totally subtractive, so everybody died in the suicide mission, Rex is dead, you killed the Arachnite Queen, all that fun stuff. Warp ammo going, not that it's terribly helpful here. Oh, there's a different, like, Legion, like the weird Urdnot guy, Urdnot Reeve. There's Schmeagen. Huh, I'll have to watch a YouTube video of that. I can't bear to not get into this game without Legion, or to get into this game without Legion.
Good work, trainer.
It's cool to think about how much is subtractive in the base game without having played 1 and 2. Because it really means that there's a lot of, even though you can complain about, yeah, they didn't really make the choices matter at the end of the day, you still do the Arachnite mission whether you save the Arachnite Queen or not. You know, you still do this mission whether you did that or not. But still, there's a lot of content that wouldn't have been there if you hadn't have at least played through the first 2 games, which is nice. Let's do triple overload sounds very nice. That was very nice. Scratch 1! Got rid of Garrus's weird voice lines in this game.
We're on our way.
Admiral Garrel here. The heavy fleet has a clear path. All forward.
Geth fighter presence is negligible. Patrol fleet, break cover and engage.
Hey, they're using thermal clips as conveyance to tell me where to go. That's nice. Even though they have the objective marker. Garrus's combat voice lines in Mass Effect 2, for some reason, they forgot to put the Turian voice filter on them, so he just sounds like a redneck. Scratch 1! I don't think I've ever seen Rex die. I never watched a playthrough where somebody did it. They make it really easy for you to avoid. Or do you need to have like max Paragon or Renegade to avoid that? I would start the game over, man. Need one of the other Macs to save Rex, I see. Yeah, it never happened. I love that scene in Mass Effect 2 when you see him and he's like, Shepard! My friend! Just, it feels legit. Did a really good job with you running into characters again in the second game. Oh, if you get his family armor, that's enough? Interesting. That's probably why. I bet a lot of people did his side quests even if they didn't have sufficient Paragon Renegade. It's a pretty easy side quest to do. If you're going to talk to anyone on the Normandy, it's probably going to be Rex. Yeah, except for Liara. That one's still pretty weak. Shepard? Rex? Is Engineer any good in the multiplayer? It's been a long time since I played the multiplayer, but I think I did a lot of Vanguard and Infiltrator. What was Sentinel's special ability? They had like a shield or something? They're like supposed to be tanky. Ooh. Clutch dodge. Totally calculated, I meant to do that. Stutter Team Engineer is great. Is it because they can distract stuff with their turrets, or what makes them good? Tech armor, that sounds right. Yeah. There we go. So load-bearing Geth.
Shepard Commander, hostile Geth are closing a blast shield over the base.
Working on it. Sure. I can say what you will about Mass Effect 2, but the shield armor barrier system was pretty genius. It's a cool way to balance different abilities in the game, you know?
Briefly, yeah.
Sorry, Garrus, I didn't mean to cut you off. Briefly, yeah, if I had to guess. Something about weapon calibrations. It's probably really insightful. Glad they added hit markers in this game. It's one of those, like, just correct innovations in gaming, right? Feels weird when you go to a game that doesn't have them anymore, like an older title. Whoa. Overload. What are y'all shooting at? No, I guess it's dead, whatever it was.
We'll get through. What's your status?
Okay, plasma shotgun. Cool. I might give that to Tali later.
We are drawing hostile fire from your position.
Keep it up. We'll get to the blast shield controls.
I know Legion's on our side, but Reaper Code?
No, Legion's on our side.
Yeah, you tell him, Tali. Yeah, friendship is magic.
Admiral, get onto all ships. We've got Geth frigates inbound on the civilian fleet. Koris here. Civilian defenders are on intercept course. We'll hold them, Garou.
The Reaper code thing is one of those situations where you're like, that's just... If they were infected with Reaper code, it would be a lost cause. It's not happening. You're not gonna, like, de-hack them. Like, these things have been alive almost since the dawn of time, basically. It's a Unix system. Although, what's the thing? You know, people would always make fun of Independence Day because Jeff Goldblum uses a shitty Mac to like hack into the alien ships. But there's a deleted scene. Beth, this is still on. Sorry. There's a deleted scene in the film where they explain that most like technology that was created after the 50s was reverse engineered from the alien craft that crashed in Roswell. So it makes sense. It's too bad they deleted that because it was kind of a cool piece of lore in a universe pretty devoid of it. Hey, those are little things we got into.
Legion, I've hit the override.
We have gained system access and are bypassing security. Stand by.
Survive! Right? If you think about it though, like, the rate at which technology developed from like, 1930 to present is kind of insane. It's not because we found a crashed ship, but we should really appreciate like how awesome we are as a species for turning that around so quickly. It still blows my mind to think about like the processing power of the computer we used to land on the fucking moon, right? It's insane enough that you could make it a believable plot point in a science fiction movie. Whoa. Tali's down. It's not great.
We have bypassed security, but disabling the blast shield requires manual input. We have
Manual input, Inc.
Good. We'll be back out in a minute.
Negative. The path behind you has been sealed. A nearby elevator can take you to the upper level. From there, you should have an acceptable line of sight for target.
I like the Omni-Tool sword. It's such a cool idea. It's surprising it wasn't in the first game. So the whole thermal clip thing in general, like, is one of those, if this was an edict passed down to make it more like a general shooter and not have the cool heat mechanic. I wish it wasn't in the game, but given that it is in the game, it's pretty well done. I'm glad that they tried to explain it in the universe as saying, hey, the Reaper Geth, we're using these things. We decided to do it. Like, it doesn't make sense that you can't keep shooting the gun once you run out of thermal clips, right? Yeah, right?
To all ships. The patrol fleet has broken the Geth flank. Permission to pursue.
Granted. Good hunting, Ra.
Shit. I'll pick that up without getting... Oh my god. Game. Nice. Crazy how like unbalanced the single player game is compared to the multiplayer, like the power recharge rate you have, the ability to auto pause. You really feel like a superhero when you're playing as Shepard. It's quite cool. Oh. 3 primes. Oh shit. Is this one really rough on Insanity? Played this on hardcore when I did it off stream, but I haven't done Insanity for this game. Just Mass Effect 2 and 1. Yeah, right? Dude, man, and then once you're totally out of clips, it just reverts to the system in Mass Effect 1. That would have been perfect. It would have fit in universe, it would have been cool, it would have achieved what they wanted. I don't know, maybe they thought that it was too confusing for some gamers? Beats me. Small margin of error, gotcha. Kaboom.
Shepard Commander, we detect no more Geth in your immediate area. Reinforcements are minutes away.
You getting anything from the base?
No, the old machines have not registered us as a threat. We recommend haste. The Creator Fleet will be overrun unless you sever the Geth connection to the old machine soon.
I do think letting you bring whatever weapons you want, but having weapons affect your power recharge speed was a really elegant solution to the weapon variance problem that Mass Effect 2 created. But Mass Effect 2 was trying to fix a problem from Mass Effect 1 where... Oh, this is a really pretty view. You had all these weapons on no cause to use more than one of them, right? They were onto something cool with the... Here we go, here's the ledge. They were onto something cool with the thermal clips, they just didn't fully deploy on it.
Normandy's weapon systems are ready to sync to your target. I recommend you withdraw to a safe distance.
I'm like calling it an airstrike, basically.
Target locked.
Presumably she just says that if she's in your party with you instead of calling out from Normandy. Yeah, I'm tentatively hyped for Andromeda 2. It's probably good that Mass Effect 3 has taught me to temper my expectations, right? I'll probably enjoy it more. Yeah, let's shoot this thing, no problem.
I was hoping your fleet might lend a hand. Go!
It's a Keeper Reaper. Too bad to, once they established the whole Human Reaper thing, first of all, I wish they had gone with the original, fetus design. But since they didn't, it would have been cool if there were more forms for the Reapers instead of Scary Squid and Keeper Reaper. This is a really cool set piece. It's a pretty impressive orbital strike.
The firing chamber looks like a weak point when it's priming.
Hey, it's the Independence Day solution. Well, what do you know? I've got a little laser. Classic trope. It's like you have. It's a problem that needs to be solved by a group of 1,000 people. We gotta have our small squad have something to do. Gotta go down to Endor and turn off the shields for the Death Star, right?
This ends now. Edie, patch the Quarians to the Normandy's
Yeah,
weapon
I'm on board with
system.
you, dude, man,
Laser
for
synced
sure.
up to the whole damn fleet.
Understood.
Do you need assistance?
Just stay down, Legion. I'll take it from here.
I got this. One-on-one.
Good luck.
Acknowledged. Shepard to fleet. I'll paint the weak spot. Link up with the Normandy and be ready to fire.
You can die in this pretty easily.
The destroyer is in range. Missiles are ready for launch.
Shepard, we need a target.
Please don't hit me with your Thanix cannon. I feel like this was a lot harder on hardcore, like it was blasting at me the whole time. Maybe they're just trying to teach me in phase 1 and then it's actually going to try to aim at me. I can use my cool ninja roll to avoid getting hit by a fucking Reaper. It's because Mass Effect 3. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm glad it's just an instant kill if it does happen to hit you. Yeah, propagable. Yeah, I was talking about that with BioWare earlier, that after Mass Effect 1, you can like look at the thread where they went through a spreadsheet of every single criticism about Mass Effect 1 and responded to them. I ninja dodge your thing, asshole. So, like, this fight shouldn't exist, right? I think we can probably agree about that. Reapers shouldn't be a villain in this game. They should have left them alone after Mass Effect 1 and have them be a scary cosmic horror off in the distance. But we definitely shouldn't have Shepard be going mano-a-mano against one. Even if I am calling in an orbital strike against it. That said, at least we are, like, using other ships. It isn't literally just Shepard. That was the EA terror. We'll have a super gun. Yeah, I get why they did it. I understand. I still don't like it, though. They wrote themselves into a corner. They made them too awesome. I wonder how many checkpoints are in this mission. Alright, Independence Day laser. Got it. It tracks you a little bit now, maybe? That's 2. The original concept art for the Human Reaper was a lot cooler. It looked more like a human fetus instead of being like a Terminator. I don't know why they changed it. Dark Souls rolling versus Reaper. Which one should win here? There's an obvious answer. Them iframes, though. Yeah, right. Even though that would have been perfect for the tone of the game up to that point. Which was already super dark. It's already like the Empire Strikes Back chapter. I don't know, man. I think a Reaper fetus would be way scarier than a giant Terminator. Giant Terminator, like, that's silly. Slow-mo here. Oh, come on, game. You're serious? I don't know why it wasn't charging that whole time. I mean, if you're gonna... This is the common complaint with Mass Effect, right? In 2 and 3. I wish they wouldn't have done it in the first place, but given that they did do it, there's a right way to do it. And most of them are done well. Like, I wish they didn't cure the genophage, but because they did, that mission is great. Same thing, like if they're gonna do a human reaper, it shouldn't be a giant Terminator. Especially if they're not gonna make the other reapers, like, dysmorphic. It targets faster when you stand still? Okay, thank you, size 16. That explains my surprise issues. Oh wow, yeah, you're not kidding. It is faster, isn't it? Dark Souls roll. It's like an interrupted too. Because art asset limitations. Again, it's where they wrote themselves into a corner. If it had been an embryo, like a fetus, then it would make sense that the form changes, right, over time. But you can get the immediate visceral reaction that BioWare was going for. Oh shit, that's scary. There we go, I guess I just wasn't aiming at the right spot last time. There we go. I failed the cutscene last time, the unlosable cutscene. I fucked it up. First try. Get it? Oh yeah. I don't remember that, but... Oh, don't talk to me.
You know who I am?
Harbinger speaks of you. You resist, but you will fail.
Don't play Sovereign's theme and do cheesy Reaper dialogue.
What are you talking about? We stopped Sovereign and the Geth. We stopped Harbinger and the Collectors. We've earned a straight answer.
It is not a thing you can comprehend.
I mean, you've made it pretty comprehensible at this point in the game, unfortunately.
We might surprise you.
I think there's a parody video of this conversation.
Every organic civilization must be harvested in order to bring order to the chaos. It is inevitable.
Let's see if I can find it.
Without our intervention, organics are doomed. We are your salvation.
It is a thing you can comprehend.
You're killing everyone in the galaxy to save us?
The cycle must continue. There is no alternative.
Organics and synthetics don't have to destroy each other.
The battle for Rannoch disproves your assertion. Finish your war.
Oh, this is lame. This is inversely proportional to how cool the Sovereign conversation was in Mass Effect 1, which was extremely, like, the coolest conversation in the history of video games.
We can confirm that the Geth are no longer being directed by the old machines. We are free.
Hey! GG.
The Geth free to stop firing. They're completely vulnerable.
Shepard Commander, the Geth only acted in defense after the Creators attacked. Do we deserve death?
What are you suggesting?
Our upgrades. With the old machine dead, we could upload them to all Geth without sacrificing their independence.
You want to upload the Reaper code? That would make the Geth as smart as when the Reaper was controlling them.
Yes, but with free will, each Geth unit would be a true intelligence. We would be alive, and we could help you.
Our fleet is already attacking. uploading the code would destroy us. Shepard, you can't choose the Geth over my people.
Do you remember the question that caused the creators to attack us, Talizora? Does this unit have a soul?
Upload the code to the Geth. Tally, call off the fleet if you can.
Uploading. 10%.
This is Admiral Talizora. All units, break off your attack.
Belay that order. Continue the attack.
20%.
I beg you, do not do this. Please.
We regret the deaths of the creators, but we see no alternative. 40%.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude, man. Although I like just thinking about it.
No. Nobody else dies today. Legion, keep going.
Shepard?
All ships, this is Commander Shepard. The Reaper is dead. Stand down.
This is Admiral Talizora. Shepard speaks with my authority.
And mine as well. Negative. We can win this war now. Keep firing.
60%.
The Geth are about to return to full strength. If you keep attacking, they'll wipe you
Yeah,
out.
I have the points for it. Chat voted to rewrite the heretics, which hurt us, but you still have enough points if you do that.
You force them to ally with the Reapers.
80%.
The Geth don't want to fight you. If you can believe that for just 1 minute, this war...
I actually didn't realize you could screw this up, or how the point system worked.
Please. Kill us.
When I played it, and my friend Hapax did, and if you make the wrong decision here, Tali walks off the cliff, and he was like, "What? No, no, reset, reset, no." But you have to do a bunch of things right. Tali can't be exiled. It helps to destroy the heretics instead of rewrite them for some reason. You have to do all the missions in this.
Legion, the answer to your question.
I didn't read the message there.
Yes.
I know.
Trying to avoid spoilers for Andromeda. If you guys can help it, since I haven't played it, would like to know as little as possible. Oh, I just saw the spoiler message. Okay, sorry, I don't know what actually got said. I'm just stressed and worried.
Commander.
Nice lit effects. What?
Admiral
No, no, reset.
I heard your ship made a crash landing. Glad you got out in one piece.
I was listening over the radio. If Hangirl hadn't stopped...
He did.
We have taken heavy losses. I don't know if we can. Where are we supposed to go?
There's a Reaper sex joke.
You are welcome to return to Rannoch.
I think you also have to resolve the quarrel between Tali and...
I'm sorry, Commander. Legion sacrificed itself to give us all intelligence. It will be honored.
Good.
And we will honor Legion's promise. The Geth fleet will help you retake Earth, and our engineers will assist in building the Crucible.
Hooray!
As will ours, of course.
Admiral, had you considered possible settlement sites?
The southern continent had excellent farmland, as I recall.
Are you gonna be okay?
I believe so, Commander. Thank you.
Yeah. Legion, because story. Like, the Morden sacrifice totally made sense. I was on board with it. This one is like, we just gotta force a reason for Legion to give up his life. It's sad, but it felt less necessary here, right?
Claim it fast. It's a buyer's market. You okay? I know working with the Geth will be difficult.
I'm not staying. I'm coming with you.
I wasn't gonna ask.
I think you've earned a few favors with the fleet.
Yay.
I'm asking them to launch an assault on the Reapers. Figure that makes us even.
If the Reapers were going to stay on Earth, sure. But sooner or later...
Does this unit have plot armor?
We did just kill one of them.
So I'm coming with you to stop them. If you think I can help.
As much as I love saving everybody, I've said this before, but here's another example. I really wish they didn't let you save everyone in Mass Effect. The only time where you're actually forced to make a decision is Kaidan versus Ashley, and most people aren't, invested in either of those characters, so it's a non-decision. But Mass Effect 2 would have worked a lot better if you really had to pick between two people every time, some loyalty people butted heads, like Tali versus Legion and Jack versus Miranda. And if you really had to let people die in the suicide mission and you couldn't save everyone. Same here, I'm so happy that I got to make the Geth and the Quarians be happy fun time buddies. And I got to, save Tali. But it would be so much more impactful if they made you choose, right? And much more realistic, I think.
You sure about this?
Yeah. I look at all this picture of hope and peace. And all I see is everyone I've lost. My team on Haestrom, my father, even Legion. I'm mourning a Geth.
Big
How
yawn,
crazy is
Ben.
that?
It's not crazy at all.
It is beautiful, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree, Spiky.
It is.
It'll be years before
Yeah,
we
I
can live without
absolutely
our suits
defense.
completely. But right now,
Oh, no. I still think Legion dying there was stupid. Propagable.
right now, I have this.
It's cool she gets dialogue there without the Quarian voice filter. That's true, dude, man. I mean, I played it blind when it first came out. I made one wrong decision early on and I reloaded, but I wish it was not possible to do that.
Yes,
every time
Captain.
you made a choice, someone had to die, period.
I've read the reports. You ended a war 3 centuries in the making.
I had a lot of help.
We have isolated pockets of remaining
I put
Geth.
Thane in the vents because I
As best we
assume
can
he's
tell,
good at
their
infiltrating,
Geth
right?
bodies loaded with Reaper code.
He's probably good
They're
enough at
just a
tech.
tiny fragment of the full Geth fleet. You've done the impossible, Commander. And I may be able to provide help of my own. I've received information from my government. It's too sensitive to discuss over an unsecured channel.
What if I come to the Citadel?
Yes, that would be best, Commander. I'll be waiting for you in Councilor Udina's office.
Commander, Admiral Hackett's available on VidCom.
Was he not loyal or something, Spiky?
Commander,
Yeah, I'm okay with Thane's death. I think that it was correct to just wrap that up in this game instead of keeping him sick and dying throughout Mass Effect 3. At least they had him do something. I mean, admittedly, he did something against a stupid character.
I thought you might like to know I've got word on your mother.
Hey, this is because we picked Spacer as our origin.
She's alive and well and promoted to Rear Admiral. She's helping us plan logistics for the Crucible.
That's cool.
Thank you, sir. That's a relief to hear.
I figured having another Shepherd around couldn't hurt, and she's damn proud of what you're doing out there.
So I cleared that because although I played the game before, there's a couple people watching who haven't, or they might be watching on YouTube in lieu of playing the game. So if you want to discuss spoilers for Mass Effect 3, you can do so in ! Hide. At least then it won't go through to the chat log that goes to YouTube. Yeah, no worries. I agree, though. That's the ending. I think that's the correct ending for this game, right? Of the ones they gave us, that's as good as you're going to get. Hey, we're at max military strength. They must have made it easier with one of the patches, because you used to have to pretty much 100% the game to max out the meter without doing any multiplayer. You get a shit ton from getting the Geth and the Quarians on your side. Cool. Okay, so I don't have to worry too much about doing more side quests, unless if they're significant. I don't need to, like, fly around and scan every planet, at least. This is Mass Effect 3. Yeah, I hear you, Psi 16s. You don't want a Disney ending. You're gonna join Adams in Engineering. That's where you should be. Talk Han down. Take care of Tali'Zorah for me. Oh, I had enough point. Shalaran Vasranok. Nice. It's gonna be hard to identify people if everybody decides to become Vasranok. to change their naming system. Yeah, my feeling about the suicide mission when I went into it for the first time blind, like launch week Mass Effect 2, had no idea if anyone was savable. Like, when I had that narrative uncertainty about the story where I just assumed that some people were going to die no matter what and that even Shepard might die was something that was like back of the box for Mass Effect 2. They said Shepard might not survive this game, and they ended up not delivering on that promise. Like, you can technically kill Shepard in the suicide mission. It requires you to do it on purpose. There's no way you could possibly do that accidentally. You have to royally fuck up everything for Shepard to die. And then that save file becomes inert and doesn't carry over into Mass Effect 3, like what the suggestion was when Mass Effect 2 was launched, the PR surrounding it. Anyway, when I was doing it with that narrative uncertainty and I didn't know what was going to happen, it was a really intense experience for me. I'm like, man, I've invested in this character. I've invested in all these characters. I don't know if I can rescue all of them. And like that scene at the end, when they're playing the song The End Run, and Shepard is jumping onto the ship, onto the shuttle, like, it worked really well for me because I wasn't sure if she was going to make it or not. And I think that gets really diluted once you know, okay, there's another playthrough, okay, it's actually really hard to fail, okay, if you fail, you can't continue your save into Mass Effect 3, it's assumed that Shepard's going to win. But man, did it ever work the first time.
Can't be. No. I guess that's right.
Hey, Tally. How's it going?
Oh, sorry.
Did they make you turn around the wrong way, Trick?
Communication from the fleet. Sorry, from Rannoch. In the old days, I'd send any new technology I found back to the fleet. I should probably be doing that with the agriculture samples now. I don't know anything about raising crops.
I know, right? Probably best Paragon interrupt ever, Mass Effect 2.
The Geth are helping, setting up housing, adapting power systems. They are doing in weeks what would have taken us years. Geth are even
Yay,
uploading
friendship
into
is
the
magic.
suits of Quarian volunteers. They're rewriting environmental functions, jump-starting our immune systems.
That doesn't seem possible.
That doesn't seem possible. Thanks, Shepard.
They can transfer themselves from a normal body into anything with enough processing power. They're mimicking infections, so the host can adapt without getting sick. It's like making a vaccine.
So the Quarians won't have to wear those suits anymore.
It doesn't seem possible, but yes, in a few years...
I don't think that's necessary. They shouldn't have done that. It's too happy.
We might still wear them.
Have it be multiple generations.
Part of our society, but a rupture won't be a death sentence. Today, on Rannoch, there are Quarian children who will grow up healthy and strong, thanks to the Geth.
They owe that to you.
No. I'd have killed the Geth with no regrets. And I'd have been wrong. Thank you.
Cool.
I can't believe my people are working with the Geth.
I think that's like an unnecessary extra bonus, right? It doesn't need to be that great.
What do you think, Commander?
I like that things are good. I want good things to happen to
Carry on, Adams.
The Quarians and Natali specifically. Like, she's been my main romance target every time I've played the game, but it's borderline Saturan, right? In a game that's very like grimdark, it's the end of civilization. Yeah, they still give you cause to question the whole Geth situation in Mass Effect 1. I didn't feel like Legion's appearance in 2 and his dialogue and everything you learn about the Geth was a retcon, right? It felt natural. I mean, they were faceless enemies in 1, but they left enough stuff in the codexes and the dialogue to make you question, why are they following Saren? What's the deal with this? Something's fishy here, right? So I have another side mission here. Why is it flashing? It says I'm 100% done there. I don't know. I think chat's right though that like Mass Effect 3 is pretty pro-Geth compared to the other two games, and if this was the only one you played, you might not get that subtlety. That no one's blameless on either side. This must trigger a quest after I go to the Citadel or something. Hold on. Yeah, area doesn't show as 100%. It must be a quest that's supposed to unlock really soon. I just don't technically have access to it yet. That's fine. I'll go to the Citadel real quick. I don't have to worry too much about non-flashy side quests. Boom. As the OG Asari Councilor, Twitch chat voted to save the council. To get the yes Reapers comment.
You're cleared to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
And because it's kind of sort of the right thing to do. Embassies, I think?
I need to get to the embassies.
Yes, Commander.
Citadel's such a cool idea. Stanford Taurus, the central ring. Sorry, Counselor is in room 2. She's camping out in Udina's room.
Urgently, human, I must speak to you.
Shit, yeah. I'm all about the Elcor people.
What is it?
Holding sorrow, Dakuna, my home world, the Reapers have come. Holding sorrow, our warriors are under siege.
I wish they would have made playable Elcor in the multiplayer.
Urgently,
describe them as like walking tanks.
All the other races have turned us aside.
How do your people fight?
Proudly, with VI-assisted infantry. Our soldiers carry heavy weapons into battle mounted on their backs. Mixed pride and shame. Our enemies have called us living tanks.
Like mixed pride and shame.
As well as names less flattering.
I'll take the Normandy as soon as we have time.
Relief. Thank you, Commander. Small hope. Perhaps we can evacuate some of our civilians.
Does Volus add up fun?
Anxiously.
Is it like the little character from Mass Effect 2, the one that like is a biotic god? I didn't play the multiplayer long enough to see the Volus character. I didn't realize it was an adept. That's too funny. To play as the biotic god. Really? Oh, that's fantastic. Is it actually good? It's like high on red sand or something. That's amazing. They should probably take that sign down. Someone's in charge. It's about a god achievement. It's fantastic.
I want all remaining files secured and marked for Tentron clearance only.
Great thing to do. I guess that's a good choice too, because it's
Did you find something?
If you didn't know that like you have basically the same result, you still beat Sovereign whether you help the Destiny Ascension or not. Like, I think that choice of do you sacrifice humans to save a few people is an interesting one. It's a good Paragon versus Renegade choice. So there's not really a clear right answer. Anyway.
Council has ordered a full review into Donald Udina's activities. We're still piecing together his coup attempt. But that isn't why I asked you here. The situation is growing urgent for my people. We're aware your crucible is still missing a key component.
The catalyst. Do you know something?
Not exactly, but there is a artifact on our homeworld, Thessia, known only to highest levels of my government.
What is it?
With any luck, it's a means to help you locate the catalyst. The artifact is kept in a temple located at these coordinates. I've ordered a scientific team to meet you there.
so that there's no confusion between Donald Anderson and Donald Martinez. Two Dons.
If this artifact is so important, why keep it hidden?
Every species in the Citadel has its secrets, Commander. But this one, in the wrong hands, would upset the balance of galactic power.
The Reapers are doing that right now.
Which is why I'm bringing this to you.
I appreciate the help.
It's you who will be helping us.
Yeah, I hated Propagable.
For the first time in our history, Thessia is vulnerable. For all
This game's managed to rely on narrative uncertainty to keep making sense up until about this point, and it's about to go off the rails.
You've become the sole ray of hope in a very
There's still some cool scenes upcoming, but
Goddess be with you.
the frustration with Mass Effect 3's ending isn't just the final, 5 minutes of the game. It starts around now. That's the only quest I have right now. I still need to read that Propagable. I was going to wait to do it until after I finish this playthrough, so I'm fresh on Mass Effect 3 since I haven't played it in such a long time. Let's see. Let's see which of those quests are showing up on the map when I leave here. Hi, Ben. You so furry? You're so hungry. It's 4 o'clock. That means you get fed in an hour and you know it.
Spectre status recognized. Please select it. 1 moment, please.
What, like our interests are aligning and disliking the end part, Sornas? When I've been stoked up till now?
Now arriving at docking bay D-24.
Have you discovered a way to run FTL stations without...
Okay, I was gonna say, she better not be saying yes, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, it seems way up my alley. I was steeped in Mass Effect from 1 all the way up through the launch of 3, and then after I played it, I was probably steeped in it for a few more weeks until after the extended cut came out and I had time to grieve about the way the series ended. I had consumed every BioWare forum post, talked to everyone I could possibly talk to about it. So I'm kind of excited for Andromeda, given that I've totally removed myself from that equation. I have basically no idea what's going on in that game. That's really exciting. Overhype won't be what keeps me from enjoying that game. Okay, what time is it over there, Propagable? That's still flashing for no reason. I think there's pretty much just... Look down in space. So I'm going to quickly rotate through all these and make sure I've still got them all. There's like a sound effect and a thing that goes here, but there's actually nowhere to visit. I don't know what that's all about. I guess if a Holland Threshold had a quest to do. Guess you kind of have an argument. But it's 1 p.m. tomorrow is what matters, right? It's Thursday for you. Propagable's a big chunk of the reason why I say Happy Wednesday/Thursday if I don't know where somebody's from. I'm gonna make a save here. Thessia is a point of no return, but it's not the point of no return, right? I can do Thessia, and then after that, next time we play Mass Effect 3, do the Omega DLC, the Leviathan DLC, and the Citadel DLC. Is it flying to Earth that's the real point of no return for this game? I think after Thessia you get locked out of a bunch of stuff. Doing Thessia doesn't lock you. Okay. Maybe I'm crazy. The Asari homeworld has been called the crown jewel of the galaxy, the apex of democracy, and the beating heart of galactic love. Its republics have remarkably low incidence of war, disease, violent crime, or famine, riding a stable economy backed by wealthy colonies and Thessia's vast Element Zero reserves. Traces of Ezo in the water and soil are so common that most life on Thessia has adapted to its presence. I don't think that they really... I mean, in Mass Effect 2, it's hinted that just you can only find Ezo on Garden Worlds for some reason. But I don't know if the codexes ever really go into that. Thessia's fortunes have been upended by the Reaper assault. The communications infrastructure that forms the backbone of the society's e-democracies has been eliminated. Millions are without power, water, or food. It moved to coerce the Asari into widespread surrender. Yes, Ben, you can see him pushing his head against the microphone. Necessary part of the Reaper's strategy, since Huss alone so difficulty disarming or capturing a population full of biotics. Sure. Turn it to glass. Maybe that's why they have ground troops, Six Gun was asking, because they want to preserve the planets.
What about the temple?
They just want to wipe out, indoctrinate, and consume the sapient races.
The mission's looking really dicey.
This is too important. It's now or
Okay,
never.
thanks, I-16s.
Shepard, that's my home down there. I have to go.
Then get to the shuttle, and let's do this.
I have to bring Liara? What? I guess that makes sense. Alright, I guess I'll do Karis. Hi, bunch of physicists! How are you guys doing? You still in Santa Fe, Andrea? How was the conference today? Guess I can plug some points into proximity mine. Well, I don't have enough points. Oh, I haven't used Liara in so long. Alright, yeah, that seems better. At least it's got some synergy with the rest of the party, and I'll just hold on to the other points. I don't really need stasis or warp ammo. She's not actually here, but I'll get to play this sound effect often enough. This is Andrea's theme song.
Hey, Andrea's here.
Hi, Ben.
Here comes science.
Are you so furry, Ben?
Liara, do you have anything
The answer
more
is
on
yes,
this
he's quite
artifact?
furry. He's also very hungry.
These
This is around the time he
coordinates
usually
the
gets
counselor
fed.
gave you are for the Temple of Athame. My mother took me there once. It's several thousand years old. And for some reason, it has classified government funding.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like we're on the right trail.
What if we're too late? My people are dying down there.
Right.
Benezia took you to this temple?
I was just a child. I thought it was a history lesson, but now, maybe there was more to it.
What do you mean?
I went digging through her old files.
Hey, it's,
She had heavily encrypted records on this place. Some
oh
dating back
jeez.
centuries.
Betazoid
I
character,
still
Star
can't crack
Trek.
most of them.
Next Generation. Why am I blanking on her name?
Whatever's going on.
She's the
it's
voice of
well
Benezia.
hidden.
I remember your mother. She fought to break free of indoctrination.
And this brings all those memories back. What if Thessia
Marina Sirtis
faces
is
the
the
same
actress,
fate?
that's right. What's her character's name?
Not for long. We'll find the catalyst and save Thessia.
I would question that.
I hope you're right.
Hey, buckle up. This one's gonna be tight.
Really? That's awesome, Leah. Where did you meet her? Troy, that's it. Thank you. I was going freaking crazy trying to remember her name.
This can't be happening. My home.
Let's get down.
Thanks, Garrus. Ooh, Improviser.
What about
Outpost
now?
Tychus is running out of ammunition.
We all are. Tell them to make every shot count.
What's up?
Commander, we heard.
Whoa.
The barrier's been breached.
This gun? Oh, this gun. Oh, thank you, Andrea. You're a superhero. I miss Jimmy John's. Could have number 9, no veggies, add hot peppers. You rock. I love how this just destroys the husks. Space zombies. Barrier engine back there. You know, you guys could help a little bit too. It doesn't have to all be me. There we go. Remember this actually being a little tricky on hardcore mode? Maybe they just have a lot more hit points or something. Anybody else? We good? Okay, we good. So you want to have multiple triggers to end the encounter, right?
Plug that hole! We're on it! Someone get me a location on our snipers!
Yes, ma'am.
Commander, I'm Lieutenant Curran. We've been told to expect you. My orders are to hold this grid at all costs.
Get Mass Effect tower defense.
Shore up the barrier!
It's impressive what they're able to do with like personal
Perimeter's
biotics.
collapsing, and I'm getting my people out of here.
This is important. We need your help.
Well, unless you can give me a good reason to stay, we're not dying for a field of rubble.
Was there ever a codex entry about Asari like face markings? Are those like tattoos? I know they mentioned them for Turians. Like Turians all have them because it's like their clan, but I don't remember Asari. I'm pretty sure those are tattoos or face markings and not just part of her skin.
What exactly were you told about me?
Nothing but your name. Mission details were classified, which just means we'll die without knowing why.
I know what that's like, but you have to trust the chain of command.
We're not even sure the chain still exists.
Hmm.
So what are we doing here?
We're after a relic inside the temple. It's important.
That's what this is all about? One of our outposts has been trying to reach the scientists over there, but we lost contact. Get that gunship moving! Now! I'm sorry, Commander. If your relic has lasted this long, it can wait a little longer. I've lost enough people today. I'm pulling the rest of them out.
No. If we don't get to that temple, Lieutenant, this will be the last you ever see of Thessia.
This might be the last you ever see of Thessia regardless, let's be honest.
This is the end.
And you really think you can stop all that from happening?
We've uncovered a Prothean superweapon.
There's an answer that says probably not, but...
Prothean, huh? How do you know it'll finish the job?
It's the only chance any of us have got.
Protheans, I trust them. Unique patterns vary for every Asari, resemble the eyebrows that humans have, the markings and such themselves. Interesting.
We've got people coming
So they're natural markings? I thought that it was like face paint or something. That's cool.
Knows the war was won on Thessia. Make it count.
Hey, Ravagers.
It can be rebuilt. Watch it!
Space dragons. Tell him, Garrus.
Because here they come.
3 marks at 210. I can't shake him. Is Adept good in this game? Like in multiplayer? Because I feel like a lot of the abilities that they use aren't so great against enemies that have shields. Which is a lot of enemies, you know? It's been a long... I did play a bit of the multiplayer, but it was a long time ago, so I don't really remember. Yeah, right. Convince you by telling you all the classified information.
And move! Get off the bridge!
Adept is pretty busted in Mass Effect 1, and then Mass Effect 2 is like, let's try to make all the other classes as interesting as Adept. And was less good.
On that building.
Hey. Marauder shields. Who came to save us.
Then you give it back to them twice as hard.
Let's do this, this, and this.
Scatter and take cover!
And this. What was Fury? Glass cannon at it. We'll see, I might do a round or two of the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer before we clear this game out. It might be nice to kind of remind myself how it works before Andromeda comes out. Now that I know that it has multiplayer. Let's get... I think it was a good choice to exclude music in a lot of these segments. I like the mission music a lot in Mass Effect 2, but it is being like a high-stakes war. I don't think it takes anything away. Don't eat your buddy.
They just won't stop.
3. Marauder shields. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Make them less scary when you do that to them, right? Oh, did they make Geth a playable race? That's cool. I don't think they were in the game when I was still doing the multiplayer. I think I played for like 1 or 2 multiplayer patches. How did they handle the multiplayer characters? Did you have to buy them as DLC or something? But you could play with them whether you were... Oh god, this looks bad. Yay, it's a Banshee. They're legit scary, man. They did a good job with them. Mixing some horror. They were especially freaky in the multiplayer, if I recall. Oh, that's good.
Alright, let's get moving.
Multiplayer DLC is all free. Gotcha. That's really neat. You still have to unlock them traditional. Okay, so you would spend money on like loot boxes to unlock the different stuff, I guess, right?
I still face those things. My own people.
No one ever said the Reapers play fair. They hope to break on morale by turning our own kind against them.
It's a pretty good strategy, I gotta say. The dream of the Reapers using your own people as shock troops against you is really cool. It's good sci-fi. Good horror, too. Whenever they kill one of yours, they get more swing than they normally would, right? Not only do they kill one of your units, they gain a unit.
This is Specialist Kayla. Specialist, wait, Shepard just arrived.
That's me. I'm Shepard.
Can you really win this war?
Where's the barrier thing? On the wall back there? I think I got it. You can earn it pretty well. That's good.
Going to cover.
How does the Marauder buff work? Oh, I get the Widow for free here. That's cool. Give that to Garrus later. I think he can use it. It was a cyborg Shepard only thing in Mass Effect 2. Well, and Legion, of course. That felt really cool in Mass Effect 2. The Krogan shotgun that only Grunt and Shepard can use, and the Widow.
Outpost Tychus isn't far from here. I can cover you.
I seem to remember the Widow being pretty busted in the multiplayer too.
That's the last of them. Get moving, Commander.
Cool.
Toward the Reaper. It's a way out of here.
Gotcha.
No choice.
It just protects certain parts of them. Ah, okay. I understand. Thank you. I thought it was like a passive buff that they applied. That makes more sense. Oh, what'd you find, Propagator?
This nightmare never ends.
The hell it won't. We get to this artifact and we can all wake up.
Yep, it's all a dream. So we're far enough in the game to talk about that. There's this thing called the indoctrination theory that was cognitive dissonance exercise in the first stage of grief, denial. It's actually a pretty good read at the time. It's one of the it's like a comparable theory to the one that Belial is behind all the events of Diablo 3 and he's actually trying to take over from all the other Lords of Hell. But it's this idea that the end of the game, starting around this point, reflects Shepard being indoctrinated. Like, you're just hallucinating through the whole game and none of this actually happens. It was pretty well defended. It's totally not what BioWare intended at all, but...
They can't chance it. I know it's rough, but I don't see another way in without their help. Have I told you how much I hate this war?
They have internet democracy.
Is anybody left on this frequency? We're in need of immediate air support. Commander Shepard is here.
If you've played through Mass Effect 3 before and you haven't looked into the indoctrination theory, I recommend you Google it. It's totally not what actually happened. It's not what they meant. It is premium tinfoil. Slightly more believable than, like, Tyrion is a time-traveling fetus, or well, there's some other good Game of Thrones theories. Varys is a merperson. Right? It could work. It's just like the Belial theory in Diablo 3. The idea there is that all of the Lords of Hell in Diablo 3 are so grossly incompetent and stupid that you need to have something to explain why that's possibly the case. And the argument is that, well, it's actually Belial, the Lord of Lies, impersonating the other Lords of Hell so that he can be the only, like, ruler in the end. Manipulating the Nephilim to kill all of them so that he's the last remaining Lord. Cool idea. Totally not what Chris Metz and company meant. Not at all. In the slightest. Come on, let's get some good deeps over here. Man, she's nasty. She has like a kiss of death thing if she hits you, I think. If she touches you. I think it was like not only an instant kill in multiplayer, but it also kept you from getting rezzed, if I recall correctly, until the end of the wave. Something like that. Yeah, I'm okay with that one too. Like, I don't think it's really what's happening, but it was a useful exercise in denial after the after I first beat the game and didn't want that to be the ending. Oh, I got a missile launcher this whole time that I could have been shooting? I don't want to use it now. There we go.
That's it for the missiles. Switching to the gun.
Next time we go to war, maybe the Alliance can spring for air support.
That'd be nice. Is there more loot? Okay, we need to get more ammo. I apparently inadvertently unequipped a submachine gun, which I don't think matters, because I think you can have like a pistol and a submachine gun and still have the max power recharge bonus. do anything other than... Thank you. Really? That's interesting, Gravigable. That must have been from like a comic book or something, right? What's the source on that, I wonder? Where's the harvester? There's the harvester. Alright, it was okay damage. Could have been better, but I'll take it. Double harvesters. He just randomly says it? Oh, that's cool. Nice. I don't know if I remember that one. He has some really good stuff that he just mumbles in there. When Andrea was playing, and we may have gotten this too, I don't remember in our Mass Effect 2 playthrough, but she didn't romance anybody because she was saving herself for Rex, and if you don't do that, Morden, like, calls you in, and he's like, I know you're attracted to me, but I'm sorry, I can't let this get in the way of my work. I wish. I think I just scared them away eventually.
We have to make it worth something.
Yes, yes, they are. You got a character shield in Mass Effect 2. It's pretty. It's concept art. Alright, here we go. Now it begins.
Looks like we're in the clear. Let's get inside.
If they'll let us in. Looks like a security lockdown.
Let me take a look.
Shepard goes into bypass. And she's like, okay,
It's
you can get this, Liara.
I think I can override
You got this.
Wouldn't expect that for a temple.
Especially since few still follow the Athame doctrine.
The scientist should be here.
Take a look around. Maybe one of these artifacts is what we're looking for.
There's some cool art in here, if I recall.
Doesn't look useful. That's Janiri, Athame's guide who brought enlightenment to Thessia long ago.
Funny, but he looks like a Prothean to me.
Not necessarily.
He is a Protean. Catch up, Liara. Come on, be genre savvy. You're usually pretty good about this stuff.
What do you know about this?
A page from one of our earliest religious texts, the Athame Codex.
And a very modern of a scientist
It
Solarian.
describes how Athame's guide Janiri gave my people seeds. He taught them the seasons so they could grow crops.
Yeah, but if these guys look like Protheans...
It doesn't mean anything, necessarily.
I'm surprised Javik doesn't mention this and give away the...
There's too much at stake here.
I guess it must have been before the Reapers attacked.
What about this one?
Another page from the Codex. I doubt.
I forgot. Propagable actually forgot the, I forgot this twist. I had written most of the stuff starting on Thessia out of my memory. I don't remember what Sanctuary is either, to be honest.
Could this be the artifact?
I don't think so.
I should have brought him. It would have been a lot better. I think he has commentary on everything.
Servants who walked among my ancestors, bestowing knowledge.
And I say we're looking at another Prothean. I know your government wanted to keep this artifact secret, but next time, leave instructions.
That's great defense.
Another page from the Codex. Not very useful. It talks about Athame's guide granting us the gift of biotics as a reward for worshipping her.
But the guides look Prothean, right? So, never mind.
Thank you, Garrus. Just making it super duper clear.
What are we looking at here?
A primitive the artifact?
Like,
doesn't she look a bit like a Prothean there?
Garrus.
But I see what you mean. That is troubling.
If this is so key to their art, you think the first time we saw the collectors that Liara would have been like,
These are the scientists.
wait, really? Okay, see the bodies now. Mass Effect 3.
It's the goddess Athame again.
Or a Prothean calling itself a Thame.
I know it looks
Garrus.
that way, but this is thousands of years of Asari history in question.
It's starting to feel like we're missing something.
Wonder what we're missing. Hey, is this the artifact we need? The one in the dead center of the room? Hey, thanks for the fall, lasers. Welcome.
What happened to them?
They've been slit. The Reapers didn't do this. We're going to have to figure this out on our own.
The Reapers
Who's
don't.
that supposed to be?
It's Athame. Her image became more like ours over time.
You mean a lot less Prothean?
I admit this all raises serious questions about Asari history. To consider the Protheans may have been involved in our past, it would change everything we know about ourselves.
This has every feeling of a OBT dubs. They totally came up with this in Mass Effect 3.
This revelation would be the biggest event our civilization...
Ah! There's a Prothean beacon here.
What? You're sure?
Pretty sure.
It's not something you forget.
Okay, thought they were going to do a
From
Last
what you
Crusade
told me
reference
about the
there.
one on Mars, these beacons are a motherload of information.
It's the Ark of the
Worth
Covenant.
keeping quiet.
Are you sure?
That
Pretty
can't
sure.
be. I can't believe my people would keep this a secret.
A beacon like this could explain why Asari are so advanced.
I think this is supposed to
You
be
did
like
say
the
this temple was
twist
thousands
in
of
Mass
years
Effect 3.
That's a lot of time to study it.
That doesn't make it true.
This is meant to be like the Sovereign
Spain
Conversation
Think
and
about
the
it.
Collectorship.
A scientific breakthrough every couple centuries from this beacon and your people would be running the galaxy. Which they pretty much do.
Okay.
Well, if it is true, the Asari should have shared this knowledge. We might not have been in this mess if they had.
Love
You
you.
don't know that, Shepard.
Mass
We
Effect.
don't know what's going on here.
I know we don't have much time to find out.
The few records I can access talk about tapping into Prothean data streams, reconstructing matrices, none of which I see here.
Maybe that's the point.
By the goddess. Literally.
Look around. There must be more of these connections.
Incredible. The beacon seems to think you're Prothean, Shepard.
Yeah, it's...
Cipher you
Yep.
got back on Pharaoh's.
There we go,
No
Liara.
connection here.
To think victory over the Reapers all comes down to this. Find what we need, finish the Crucible, and the war's over.
There are still good scenes coming up in this game that work isolated from the rest of the plot. This isn't the end of Mass Effect.
I don't think that's it.
It's not all downhill, but this is where the slide starts to occur.
There, another one.
It's a cool shield.
This doesn't appear to be a connection. We should keep searching.
Should have inspected those earlier to get the lore. I forget what the sword and shield description was.
Feel that? The beacon's powering up.
Okay. You have an intuition for that sort of thing, Garrus?
Nothing here.
It's like a
There
specific
has to be another
order.
one around here.
Yes, keep looking. This isn't a connection. Keep looking.
Pretty clever.
4 chalkers.
I heard that.
4 power walkers. Thanks, Fiery Phoenix. Surely you can't be serious.
I think we can access the beacon now. We need to hurry. This place isn't going to... last very long.
Obtaining chronological marker. Hold. Timescale established. Post-Prothean cycle confirmed.
They use the same.
Where are you?
Reaper presence detected. This galactic cycle has already reached its extinction terminus. Systems shutting down.
Not so fast.
There's so many problems with this. Why didn't they tell the Asari about the Reapers?
The catalyst. We need to know what it is to finish the
Like,
crucible.
this robs so much from the Vigil conversation in Mass Effect 1. That and the Sovereign conversations are the two coolest pieces of dialogue in video game history, as far as I'm concerned.
Or at least a dead one. Remember Vigil?
Ugh.
I am called Vendetta.
It's been here the whole time.
Virtual construct of Patrick Van, overseer of the project you refer to as Crucible. He died fighting the Reapers in the Battle of Trumpian. Your name is also
That's a bummer.
We're all Protheans, so grim.
That would have been a good one to have Javik with us.
What happened to the crucible in your time? Why didn't the Protheans deploy it?
We were sabotaged from within. A splinter group argued we should dominate the Reapers rather than destroy them. It fractured our order of battle. Later, we discovered the Separatists were indoctrinated.
Sounds familiar.
Our studies of past ages led us to...
How do you plan to dominate the Reapers?
Repeat.
Like the Reaper attacks.
And beyond. The same peaks of evolution, the same...
Yeah, if you accept how dumb this is, it's interesting politically, I agree, that affects.
The repetition is too prevalent to...
If you can just take the buy.
We assumed the Reapers were responsible for the pattern.
Perhaps. Though I believe the Reapers are only servants of the pattern. They are not its master.
So who is the master?
Unknown. Its presence is inferred rather than observed. The only certainty...
No, that's cool defense.
Galactic annihilation. You now stand at that precipice.
There's still hope for this cycle. We need to know what the catalyst is. Trillions of lives are at risk.
Trillions of lives are always at risk. But if the Reapers have arrived to end your cycle, this discussion is too late.
We can break this cycle. We found your plans for the Crucible. We're building it right now.
The Crucible is not of Prothean design. It is the work of countless galactic cycles stretching back millions of years.
Now this is a thing that came up in theories when people were like, how the fuck... If we're going to do the Reapers, how the fuck are you going to beat them? You only have two ways. You either have a MacGuffin or you run away, right? That's pretty much it. Or you lose, is 3. And before Mass Effect 2 even came out, people were like, well, if they're going to do a MacGuffin, how could they possibly make a MacGuffin satisfying? And someone was like, well, what if, every civilization that had been conquered had contributed to it in some way? Which, okay, that's reasonable. It's still kind of crazy that it still survives every time, but alright, fine.
Each cycle adds to it. Each improves upon it. Thus far, none has successfully defeated.
They're borrowing it's not actually Prothean twists from Mass Effect 1.
Then we'll be the first. Tell us what the catalyst is.
A little optimistic, Shepard.
Continue fighting. I will not hinder you, though I deem your odds of success remote.
We'll take our chances.
Very well. If you have followed the plans for the Crucible, I will interface with your systems and assist with the catalyst too. Indoctrinated presence detected. Activating security protocol.
Oh man, oh dang, what a badass. Remember, Captain Anders said, forget the Reapers, Kai Lang's the real danger.
What do you want?
Your attention. Someone would like to talk with you.
Yeah, well then there's the problem, Spiky. None of them know what it is.
Shepard.
Hey, what's up? President Bartlett.
How did you find this place?
The archives. Or did your shadow broker miss that one?
Show yourself. I promise I won't miss.
Stick to your talents, Dr. Dasani. You've helped uncover the key to subjugating the Reapers.
Or destroying them.
Damn it, Shepard. Destroying
Previous cycles knew what it was and made the bonus choice that they added in the expansion, or the extended ending DLC.
If they wanted all organic life destroyed, they could do it. There would be nothing left.
What the hell are you talking about?
I know them, Shepard. I know how they think.
I think you've gotten a little too close to the enemy.
No. I'm saying they've got it right. Why kill when you can control?
You've been spending too much time with the enemy. They're dragging you over to their side, their way of thinking.
And they make that as unclear as possible with the indoctrinated presence detected, which is part of the evidence, I think, for the indoctrination theory. I'm talking about Kai Lang, but...
Don't ever question my intentions. I've sacrificed more for humanity. then you'll ever know. And don't assume you know me.
You act like you know me. You act like you know me.
Are simply more refined than yours.
You've forgotten everything you stood for. Cerberus was supposed to be humanity's sword, not a dagger in our back.
I mean, is it really humanity's sword?
But as usual, you missed the point.
Humanity is like suicide bomber.
To admit.
With the Prothean data in this beacon, I can end this conflict once and for all.
Yeah, I completely agree, Propagable.
Against me, there's nothing gray about that.
No, I suppose there isn't. Leng, the commander has something I need. Please relieve her of it. And then bring me the data.
Understood.
Here we go. Crazy cool boss fight. I got Renegade for that? I don't know why. Supernova move. I know, right?
Get to cover!
I never noticed that line from Anderson about, you think the Reapers are a threat, but that Kai Ling guy, though, like, are you fucking serious? He's a dude. He's an out-of-genre cyborg ninja.
The gunship's taking up position.
Yeah, please go for it, Defense. Thank you for asking. You should be able to. I want to have a gunship that can heal my shields all the time.
You've had your fun now, Shepard. It's a pity. Even good ones never last.
Hey, we kicked his ass. We depleted his health total every time. We just wrecked the shit out of Kai Ling. Wait, what? But I just kicked his ass. You can't have an unwinnable fight that you let me win.
Target the supports.
He's slightly less awful if you've read the third book, but it's, you know, it's Epsilon less awful. Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh. Dude, if you haven't played Mass Effect 1 with Subwoofer, the Sovereign conversation makes your room shake. It's so cool. You touch my mind.
Cerberus thanks you for all your hard work.
Bumbling idiots, capable of understanding. There's a little bit of that with Harbinger as well, but that Sovereign conversation, though, I don't know what they did. They just cranked the subwoofer. So this is a problem, right? Independent of the story stuff that just happened that's questionable, there's a game mechanics problem here. This is a classic D&D issue as a GM where you get railroaded. Like, it's an unwinnable fight, but they make it appear as though it's winnable, and you can just completely wreck the dude, and he still beats you in a cutscene for no reason. Should not be a thing that's allowed.
Shepard! Hang on.
Thanks, Liara. Would have sucked to have died in that cutscene. I would have been real disappointed. Hey, Ben. Are you so furry? Yes. Yeah. Right? The person who, like, likes their own game and gives them all max stats.
This is Shepard. Give us your location.
They could have done that and had him earn the victory, right? They could have built him up a little bit better without making him out to be this super edgy badass. The power of friendship is failing us all of a sudden. And then it gets extra frustrating because like the team gets all depressed after this, including Shepard. And you're like, I fucking hate you. I love Mass Effect. I love it so much. It's I have a deep connection to this setting. If I could live in any fictional setting, I would live in the Mass Effect universe, but oh my goodness. The decisions. And it's a thing where I almost can't blame them. Because they pulled Drew Karpyshyn off, and they only had 2 years to turn this game around, right? Budget schedule problems.
Commander?
Reaper's just landed on her. Yeah.
The mission...
We've lost contact with Thessia. It's gone dark.
How soon will the Crucible be ready to deploy?
Counselor, I wish the news was better. We didn't get the information.
It's an EA thing.
Cerberus was there. We were defeated. We don't know how to finish the Crucible.
I don't know what to say.
Way to fuck up in a
What was
cutscene,
the
Shepard.
situation on Thessia?
Deteriorating fast. The Reapers are there in strength.
Then you'll excuse me. There are preparations to make, continuity of civilization to consider. I never thought this day would come.
I don't know how you could do this right. Because this is a cool movie thing to happen, right? Have a failure at the end of the second act that creates drama for the third act. But like, how do you do that in a video game? How do you make the failure feel like it was the players? Do you do a giant horde wave of enemies that you can survive for as long as you want? And eventually you're going to lose because there are just too many? Maybe that works better than, Mary Sue Cyborg Ninja.
Could have predicted Cerberus would reach Thessia before
This
us.
could have been averted if she had mentioned this sooner, right? This is like one of those things that you mention when we're in a war, an existential war.
It's my job to be prepared.
Bless you, Ben.
No matter what. And now Thessia's lost, as is the data on the catalyst. I'm sick of Cerberus beating us to the punch.
Let's kick them in the balls first for a change.
Tell him, Freddie Prinze Jr.
I'm with James. Anyone know where they're hiding? Anyone?
Trainer knows.
Well, there is
I was holding it
something.
back, but...
Let's hear it, Trainer.
I was able to track Kai Leng's shuttle through the relay and extrapolate his destination.
Cool. I'm excited to read it. Propagable.
But the signal disappeared in the Yera system.
Naturally.
We'll do it once I
It's not
finish
just
it
gone
before
though.
Andromeda.
The signal is being actively blocked.
How?
I'm not sure, but something is interfering with all signal activity in that region of space.
Commander, the Yera system is home to Sanctuary and little else. Sanctuary is a supposed safe haven for war refugees.
Psi-16s, you said that I can go to Sanctuary safely and then still do DLC after that. Is that correct?
Yes, Mom, I do.
If Specialist Trainer hadn't examined the data so astutely, the interference would have been undetectable.
Nice work, Trainer. You've given us a shot. Now let's make sure we don't waste it.
I was stationed on Horizon in the Lyra system, and you were the only Cerberus presence while I was there.
It's a slim lead. Let's hope it's the right one.
I don't care how slim the leads are at this point. We've come too far to let Cerberus stop us. I want that Prothean data. I want the catalyst. No
Okay,
excuses.
thank you, Size.
Dismissed.
Appreciate it.
Commander, Admiral Anderson is available on VidCom.
Hey, Anderson. Horizon? I guess it is on Horizon, isn't it? Forgot about that. Yeah. That works a lot better in that sequence. And like you get some influence over Saren there, right? You get to use some Paragon or Renegade things on him that influence the final conversation with him at the end of the game, which is super cool. I love how they built that in. That's such a BioWare thing to do, right? The penultimate boss fight. The fall of Thessia. Everyone's so sad. We gotta play the sad Snoopy music from Charlie Brown. Christmas special. For Shepard as she walks through the ship. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Blum bum bum. Bum bum. Cool, not of it. I'm trying to reconnect the relay now.
Commander, Cerberus has attacked a comm facility on Ontarom.
Hey, another N7 side quest. Cool. Evacuating Thessia. Okay, this is from Kai Lang. Good, you opened this message. This isn't actually Asari military. Thanks, Kai Lang. Little on the nose there, buddy. They're busy tending to what's left of their planet. So you survived our fight on Thessia. You're not as weak as I thought. But never forget your nothing personnel, kid. God, he's so awful. I don't remember that email, but it's bad. No props, trainer. Thanks for finding the Cerberus base right when we needed to get revenge on them. It was like prequel level, Star Wars prequel level commentary from Kai Lang in that email. You survived my attack. You have no fucking shit, dude. Oh my god. Have you heard of subtlety? Is that a thing where you're from? Alright, up to the Kepler Urge here. I can't help but get cut. I'm one step closer to the edge. Very hard defense. Tipped on its side. Glencori is famously claimed by the eccentric Volus billionaire Kuman Shoal. His once ridiculed visions of beings of light protecting organic life from synthetic machine devils don't seem quite so far-fetched now. His private, I think that came up in Mass Effect 1, didn't it? The whole thing with the beings of light and the machine devils? His private army of mercenaries are well established on the planet, waiting for Husk to come knocking on their door. In all likelihood, they will be obliterated by the molten metal of a Reaper orbital bombardment. Oh my god, I know, right? It's like when the Lords of Hell call you on your cell phone in Diablo 3 and taunt you, "You'll never defeat me, Nephilim." Like, dude, the reason Diablo 2 worked is because they didn't fucking talk. Like, you walked in the room and there was the butcher, and he's like fresh meat, and you're like, holy shit. It wasn't a cutscene. It wasn't an email. Less is more. Almost every situation. I mean, this is from a company where I love the more from them, right? They're the folks that, with great charm, will interrupt the plot-critical mission so you can ask a question about somebody who's, like, racial or cultural background. Like, I love that about BioWare, but goodness gracious. Alright, so we've got good Incinerate for armored enemies. Got another step of proximity mine. I'm gonna take the damage. Yeah, probably damage. Math. The exception to less is more is mathematics. There you go. Saren, since you're Nigerian. I have a large sum of credits, but it's frozen in an account.
Commander Cerberus has taken one of our secret communication facilities. All campaigns in this theater depend on the information that dish array supplies.
What do we know?
We're going to do this mission, and then I think we'll wrap up for Mass Effect for today. It's going to be back briefly tomorrow afternoon. We'll do a mission or two.
A civilian?
Yes, patching her through.
Miss Sato, what's happening down there?
Tomorrow's schedule's going to be a little crazy. We're doing a bunch of sub-block games throughout the day.
Hang in there. We'll be there soon.
Yes. Yes, Commander.
It's not ideal, but she's the only one with any traction on this. The information stored in that network is critical, Commander. If it gets into enemy hands, we'll lose a lot of good people.
I'll take care of it, Admiral.
See that you do. Hack it out.
Hack it out. Oh yeah, this level. This one was also a... I think all of these ones that are like N7 designated missions are from the multiplayer. They're waiting keenly. Be ready to go. Gotta do some testing before I go to bed tonight. Nodovan's game is one I don't already have. I gotta make sure I've got Keen 5 ready to go. See if I can find Keen 6.
We'll keep them from hacking in.
Yeah, I remember liking this map. Actually, I remember this map and the Noveria map the most fondly now that I think about it. Lots of good viewports, different places for the enemies to spawn, control points. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the less mathematics, Leah. Whoa. Ow, 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 ow. Turrets are still nasty. Oh, there's a version where the map's covered in sandstorm? That's cool. So you can't see stuff? You can't like use those ports up there to see all the enemies? Did they do environmental versions of all the other maps too? Is there like an environmental Noveria map with snow or something? It's really neat. It's cool. I guess most of it's indoors though, so it wouldn't change too much, right? I see. I guess they could have done like the radiation hazard for the reactor level.
Nothing's changed. Upload the next set of coordinates.
I love the combat pause. It feels so really good. It lets you simulate how Shepard is a better shot than you are. Hello, dog. It's a pretty cool combo. Your face you get to cover. Really? You could hit me from there? Ow, dude. Bite me, man. I guess I couldn't get to him from there, huh? Uh-oh, that's not good. Not have a nemesis right now. Yes, yes. Kill people in the central room. Huh, interesting.
Miss Sato, come in. Miss Sato, are you there?
She must be afraid they'll find her if she responds.
We need the final coordinates. Grace, listen to me.
Yeah, longest journey. Only played it for a few hours during Yukupo's subblock, but I really like what we've seen of it so far.
Down, I promise.
Okay, Commander. Updating your nav point with the last location now. But if you get to me in time, just hurry, please.
Commander, I think I can make a run and get her.
Do it.
Thanks, Cortez. Hello, how are you guys doing? Now, these guys can like insta-kill you with their katana, right? Yo. Right? Hey, I was almost done, you jerk. Oops. Thank you, Cortez. We still gotta deal with an Atlas mech, right? Maybe decrypting that early is gonna make us not have to deal with it. Yeah, the combat pause is nice. It makes it more like an RPG than a shooter. Since this is originally kind of appealing to people that were into RPGs like Knights of the Old Republic, if you're bad at shooters, you can be good at Mass Effect.
She asked to be transferred to a nearby Alliance station. She wants to help however she can.
Good. We need all the help we can get. Hack it out.
Resident Evil 4 may have informed it, right? Because that came out before and kind of informed how all third-person shooter games have been made since then. Yeah, you can totally be a space wizard and wreck this game. Pause in multiplayer. Cool, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. As always, I'll give you guys an update on what's coming up for the rest of the week here.